Hi, hello. I'm losing it. I've done some changes. I don't know if it works. I've upgraded increased the bitrate, but I don't think it's doing anything special. I don't understand why it's not working. Hi, hello. Thank you for coming at least on YouTube. It's not like this that will start grinding the Twitch affiliate objective, but alas, I'm still with my scuffed audio setup because I did not have the time to change anything. So first of all, sorry, I'm trying to check things. First of all, Shinen Kwailer, Happy Chinese New Year, Happy Lunar New Year, if you're celebrating it. We are entering the Year of the Snake. It's a moment of transformation, of renewal, rebirth, and just a new page to turn. And I wish you a lot of happiness for the coming year. I know that the situation is a bit difficult right now. We have a very unstable political situation. It's kind of depressing, to be honest, but I wish that this stream can bring a little bit of comfort and that we can do things together, be entertained together, learn new things together, and think about new ideas together. So yeah, a lot of good wishes and thoughts from my part. So sorry if I'm a bit lost in what I need to do today. I'm still, I think, recoiling from the Lunar New Year Eve and also day, since we had a feast for, well, just a bit earlier for noon. It was a bit too much for me. I think that growing up is having a smaller stomach, and we had a lot of things. I mean, yesterday was a hot pot, so it was nice, but today was more traditional meal, lunch. We had like some beef noodles, we had some braised pork and some Buddha's Delight. So a lot of things to eat, and yeah, I think I'm still digesting everything. So it will be like a very chill and cozy stream, I think. So, and by the way, tell me again if the sound is not good, but I'm trying to have the same audio balance as 2 days ago. Anyway, I don't want to take too much time because we are in this very unsettling chatting stream without the chat showing up on stream. So the plan for today is to do, and I'll switch my scene immediately. Is to do Genshin's Impact Lantern Rite for this year. Again, tell me if the sound is too loud or not. So the Lantern Rite for this year, and we have a little bit of a situation right now because one of the recommended quests for Lunar New Year was Baiju's quest, and it was released, I think, 2 years ago at the tail end of Sumeru. So something like 3.6 or 6 or 3.7, I don't remember. And I was like, oh, I'll do Baiju's quest in the last few past days, just because back then I was not doing the character's quest. I was like, oh, I can keep them for later when I'm bored, when I need to be entertained, I don't know what to do. But the problem is that I don't have any free time in my life, so we are not doing the character's quest. And yeah, they just kept piling up, and now they are coming back to bite me regularly, and especially during Lantern Rite. So the problem is that there's no focused experience mode for the Lantern Rite. If you do the quest from Natlan, you have like this little mode that allows you to focus on one quest so that you don't have any conflict with other quests that use the same NPCs and so on. But it's not the case for Lantern Rite, and unfortunately you can see here Baiju's quest is locked because I think I need to talk to Hutao right now, but Hutao is currently stuck in the Lantern Rite. So I have like two plans for today, depending on how it will evolve. Either we can progress in the Lantern Rite without too much problem, without doing the entirety of Baiju's quest. And well, Baiju's quest, I'll do it at a later time or maybe on stream, I don't know. Or we cannot progress in Lantern Rite in a straightforward manner, so we need to do both quests at the same time, and that's what we'll do. And maybe 4 hours is not enough to do, you know, the entirety of the quest lines. And we'll have another session next week, I mean, to finish Lantern Rite. So that's basically the plan for today. And hi, Sigrid. Hi, welcome to the stream. So yeah, let's go to this quest. I haven't played. I mean, I haven't been on Liyue lately, and I love Liyue. For me, it's really like home, and I love Liyue during Lantern Rite. It's so beautiful. So I'm really happy to do this with you today. A game that you haven't played. I mean, let's play together then. So let's go to Liyue, and I think we'll take the scenic route. So we'll start from here because it's beautiful, and I want to start at night. This is night, right? Yes. So let's take the scenic route instead of fast traveling immediately to the objective. Look at this. Isn't this beautiful? Like the atmosphere for Lantern Rite, Chinese New Year, Lunar New Year. It's such, I don't know, a cozy, heartwarming time with the lanterns. It just feels like home. And I know that for a lot of people, Mondstadt, the first city where we were together just before, really feels like home. But for me, it's Liyue, I think. Despite what people say about Liyue's quest, I just like the place. Fireworks, lot of shops, NPCs that we know from previous quests are here. Let's take the stairs. So this quest this year is about Hutao. I don't really know what it is about. Just seen what was in the trailer. And somebody is calling me. It's crazy. Hutao. And we're playing in Chinese, of course. This is Xiangling, cutie, such a cutie. So the cook in the game. We are calling me again, so I think it's important. Just let me take this call, and I'll be right back. I promise. So I got a delivery. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I'll be back. Okay, so I hope it was a very awkward wait since there's no music in game right now.
我送了他件新衣服，但他习惯了往生堂的仪服，还在犹豫要不要换呢。哦，什么样的新衣服啊？海灯节嘛，当然是红红火火的新衣服。你们不知道，最近胡桃总是心神不宁。我叫他出去玩，他要么就推脱，要么来了却在发呆。问他怎么了，他还跟我打马虎呢，真是没办法。作为好朋友，我就给他准备了一件新衣服，希望他能换换心情。啊，他果然有心事吗？
She looking troubled. Yeah, everyone was embarrassed at all at once. I'm sorry. This is terrible streaming skills right now. But yeah, so I guess it's maybe about the backstory of Hu Tao. We know that Hu Tao has kind of a sad backstory, so maybe it will tie with that.
猜猜我是谁呀？
Happy Lantern Rite. Ah, I wouldn't those dulcet tones anywhere, Zhongli.
哎呀，旅行者，原来你第一想念的是客卿吗？本堂主立刻伤心给你看哦。
I was just kidding. Happy Lantern Rite. She's pouting.
海灯节快乐
Cutie. 新年快乐。
胡桃，你换上了新衣服，真好看。多亏香菱，据说是从一位枫丹设计师那里定制的，很费功夫吧？你放心啦，那位设计师最近正好来璃月港采风，说是想从异国节庆中寻找灵感。我们一拍即合。
So I guess the tailor is Shiori.
那就好，谢谢香菱，眼光超棒哦。干嘛啦？你喜欢就好呀。
So Hu Tao, what's been bothering you?
哎，为什么这么问？我的语气不够如沐春风吗？太沐春风了，胡桃。但我们可是好朋友了，坏情绪是瞒不过好朋友的。
This is what I like a lot about Liwids, that it's really just a group of friends, and they are going through things together, and it really feels like it, especially during the big banquet scenes and things like that.
好嘛，我不是故意要瞒你们的，因为我遇到的是业务难题。业务难题？往生堂事务？是啊，这下懂了吧？本来就是我的分内事，又是海灯节，怎么好让你们替我操心？安啦安啦，全部交给本堂主就好。
We'll find a way.
工作呀，没 没想到胡桃也会为了工作烦恼，看来这次的问题不简单吧？相当难办哦，连本堂主都头疼了好些天呢。
Let's go get Kuxing. She will know what to do.
克勤可以帮上忙吗？
She can at least teach Hu Tao about work-life balance.
说的没错，现在可是节庆时节，听说总务司筹划了新的街会，有很多好玩的。胡桃，先把工作丢在一边吧，和我们一起去逛逛再说。先放松放松，然后再集中精力，一定就能攻克业务难题。哎呀，实在太不巧了，我已经有约在先了。
Real meeting?
真不是在找借口推脱。
Not with Zhongli? I think Zhongli will appear at the end only, but
这么忙吗？
I don't know.
要不这样，你们先去会场，等我忙完就来找你们，好不好？
Aber
好吧，那也只好这样了。但你要快点来哦，然后我们一起去万明城吃饭。今天我来下厨，怎么样？太棒了，又可以尝到香菱的手艺了。我也要开始。
not talking about food. I've eaten too much. Not about food again. I hope your meeting goes well, Hu Tao.
我忙完了就来。
Alright. Liyue celebrates and 8 adepts face a hidden calamity. Okay. So let's explore a bit and then, well, maybe we don't need to explore too much, but... Oh, so by the way, but I guess like you've heard that, I hope, we are playing in Chinese. The dub is in Mandarin just because it's... I don't know, I've always played Genshin in Chinese. I know that for stream it's a little bit awkward because people want to be able to understand what is happening without looking at the screen and reading the subtitles, so they like playing with English subtitles, I mean voices, but I do not care. I want to play in Chinese. And there's still the ongoing situation of the strike of the English voice actors anyway, so...
这是今年街会的如意铸简制作摊位，每封皆可自由配选。
And this is the new character.
寄语赠与亲友。蓝燕师傅有兴趣的话，不妨试一试。
Lan Yang.
这些也是铸简的一部分吗？好像跟普通魔兰不一样。没错，这些是给予钱，由流金厅
14 coins.
共12种，上刻离月古言录，各有吉祥含义。
I do the same thing, always try to play games in the language of wherever they are set, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, I'm not changing the language for every region. I don't play, for example, in Japanese when I'm in Azuma, but... I don't know, it's a Chinese game, so let's just play in Chinese, right?
比如这枚，其纹路为斗拔皮沙纹，原为降魔古印，在术法中都有妙用。 现有消灾福德之意，不少商贾店家也会使用，图个平安。抱歉，我见猎心喜了，一恒大人见谅。
Lady Yuha, so this is her formal title, right?
蓝师傅客气。早听说蓝氏祖上为陈玉谷12不明，源远流长，精于奇术。今日一见，不得不叹。
So Tianyu Vale was a sub-region that was released, I think, quite some time ago, maybe not 1 year ago, or maybe 1 year ago, I don't remember. And it's basically the southeast China. So a lot of people, there's a lot of traits that is similar to Cantonese culture, for example. And one of the characters that was released at the same time as Tianyu Vale, and for last year Lantern Rite, is speaking in Cantonese, so it's quite amusing.
玉衡大人抬爱了，我家这一脉早就从蓝氏分支散叶，算不上真正的宗家望族了。不必过谦，如今的离月港能识得古言录之人，也如凤毛麟角。 有如此学识，便为才俊，何论宗家分家？ 说不定日后有些问题，我还要请教蓝燕师傅。那我可就真不谦虚了。没问题，只要玉衡大人用得上，我一定不推辞。
Cute.
柯晴，果然，
柯晴
在会场忙碌的总是你呢。旅行者派蒙，还有香菱，你们好啊！我早上还在想，今年什么时候会见到你们呢？
That you're keeping a reasonable work-life balance this year.
你就别打趣我了。今年的海灯节，总务司
I mean, it's the new year, so understandable.
哦，差点忘了介绍，这位是蓝燕蓝师傅，陈玉谷手工艺工会的大师。
I don't know much about Lanyam, by the way. I don't really know what she does.
参加了海灯节接会的筹备工作，一会儿你们应该能看见他的作品。哦，蓝大师，你好，你好。蓝师傅，这3位是旅行者和他的伙伴派蒙，还有香菱，你们好。看来蓝师傅又见猎欣喜了。啊，不好意思，因为我早就听过一些几位的事迹，没想到能见到真人，有点激动。我这厨子应该没什么让人激动的事迹吧？蓝师傅可不要拿我当幌子呀。
You're a very good chef, to be honest. A bit weird, but...
哎呀，我来璃月港的第1顿就在万明堂，香菱让我的味蕾也很激动呢。
Hello, Madame Lang. Nice to meet a master craftswoman.
叫我蓝燕就好了，我只是个手工艺人，不算什么大师。
Handicrafts.
大师看见作品就知道了。不如几位跟我来，一起去看看蓝师傅的手艺吧。
Oh, and no, Hutao is free in this quest, but I think we'll continue here. But it means that we'll be stuck at some point there. Maybe, I don't know. Let's select this quest though. And don't even worry about the different things. People keep calling me. This is crazy. Give me 2 seconds. What the... This is crazy. So I wanted to say, don't worry about like this weird technology like motorbikes and all. This is maybe justified in law, weirdly. And yeah, so this is crazy. I got a call, like, we can talk about that because this is just a crazy situation. I don't know if it's like common in other countries, but here we have like different, I don't know, electrical providers, and those are not like public organisms, they are private people, and they act as an intermediary between, well, you, your house, and whatever electric, you know, I guess generators or stockage there is somewhere else, and they keep trying to put some machines, some I don't know, some things on your electrical installations, and they are saying every time, no, it's free, don't worry about that. It will help you make some savings on electrical bills, and this is so obnoxious. They are trying that like every month, every 2 months, and I don't know. It's crazy to me that they can do that it's legal. And when you check like your credentials, you see that it's a weird like startup with the support of, I don't know, the city or maybe the region, and it feels just so scammy when like the state of public electricity right here in France is like so obnoxious. We used to have one of the most powerful electricity network in Europe. We used to sell electricity to other countries, and now it's the reverse situation because we have basically defounded everything. Everything is like, I don't know, a maze of intermediaries, of private actors, and so on. And this is just unbelievable. So yeah, that's my rant about electricity and crazy people right now. I love capitalism.
看，这是总务司为接会筹备的游戏，名叫八旗乱斗，可以操纵藤人进行对战。
Is it one of the activities for
藤人共有8
for this year?
内置秘法，能自由活动，玄妙无比。都是蓝师傅以传说中的八旗仙为原型编制的，很神奇吧？听起来很厉害呀。不过克勤说的八旗仙又是什么？8位仙人？不是真正的仙人，是8位身有神通的传奇人物，所以被尊称为八旗仙。
To people like Ganyu, things like that.
是没听过的故事呢。他们活跃的时期相当短暂，距今也有2、3千年之久，所以相关的传说也就不像仙人故事那般家喻户晓。
2,000 or 3,000 years ago, so it was far before Canaria. Yeah.
你们来港里的时候
Okay.
有注意到今年的明宵灯吗？是那棵大树吗？相传在魔神战争时期，离月有一神山，山上有一巨树，是为魔神，名桃兜。
好多。
我好像听说书人讲过什么八旗炼桃兜的故事。难道那棵大树
Feel like I've heard about it. Was it like in Chenuvel? I don't know. I don't remember.
那时人们认为桃兜背后是死者之地，若人一生罪孽深重，死后魂魄便无法越过桃兜，抵达彼岸。
And that's how we tie things to Hutao.
在
Okay.
我老家，现在还有你死后过不去桃兜山这种话呢。不过你们可不要学，是用来骂人的。
Never cross. Okay.
后来魔神战争到来，桃兜被卷入战争漩涡，一时之间死地异动，幽冥颠倒，死亡开始侵袭生的领域。那后来怎么了？后来就有了八旗炼桃兜啦，他们横空出世，布下大阵，共同炼化了魔神桃兜。没错，之后桃兜的神骸沉入了地脉。 化为边界，隔绝了璃月的生与死。
I don't know, maybe I'm a bit rusty on my Chinese mythology, but like it's kind of a version of... like a mirror version of Penglai, of Mount Penglai, I think.
边界，原来璃月的生死边界是这么来的吗？传说是这样啦，真实性就不能保证了。 这8位听起来好厉害啊！居然能炼化魔神，真的不是仙人吗？不仅不是仙人，甚至大多是人类呢。
So them were ordinary humans,
我
okay?
也记得，故事里的他们好像是几个团体合起来的， 叫什么龟藏连山来着？
龟藏三隐、连山二贤、桃兜三怪，合成八奇。主流的说法里，龟藏三隐与连山二贤都是人类。
我知道龟藏三隐里有一人，名万象风角灵官，据传是古离月奇门
divination.
没记
Okay.
错的话，他还是陈玉
From the 12 tribes of Sinuan Valley. Okay.
也将奇门术传承了下来。蓝师傅，我没说错吧？
So divination.
族志中是有相关记载，不过奇门术之类的法子，我只学了个皮毛而已。
另外还有一异事颇为有趣。龟藏三隐中另一人，民间尊称云来吊叟，吊法出神。
The angler.
我所学习的云来剑法，还有更早的云来古剑法，
Exactly. Yes.
云来吊叟的抛竿姿势演化而来。
居然有这种事，听起来倒是很像刑求讲的武侠野史。那还有一隐呢？
余下一隐名为无望童子，也有无望老爷之称。据传是一童身隐士，善骑黄符箓，能捉鬼逐厉。
So I guess it will be represented by how is he called? Chongyong.
关于这位，往生堂应当最为熟悉。据传，往生堂最早的一批创办者，便在无望童子门下求过学。他们本是凡人，以渺小之躯维护生死之界，困难重重。所幸习得了秘法，并代代相传至今。
所以往生堂真有某种秘法。
Have a secret
我听
art.
葡萄说过，往生堂祖传了一根烧火棍，据说里面藏了一种很厉害的净世记仪。不过他有没有在吹牛，我就不知道了。哦，蓝眼师傅还不认识胡桃吧？他是往生堂的当代堂主。
堂主大名我有所耳闻，但还没机会一见。
好吧，听起来这龟藏三隐确实有点厉害啊。那另外的二贤和三怪呢？
We're getting into that immediately. Is it like an insane lore dump?
名为护真人，善使葫芦；其二名为剑真人，善使铜
香火。
他们留下的记录很少，只知修习的是连山秘法，因此被称为连山二贤。
我听说石门南边的深山有一座密宫，据传就是他们留下的道场。
Which is one of the quests, by the way, of the world quest of Li Wei, I think.
三怪，只因他们同在桃兜山修行，所以并称桃兜三怪。听名字就知道了，这三位倒不是人类，
那是妖怪？
是甘雨。
I knew.
什么？甘雨是桃兜三怪？
几位，海灯节快乐！
哎，原来是甘雨来
Happy
了。
Lantern Rite, Ganyu. 新年快乐。
抱歉，我打扰到你们了吗？
不会啦。
甘雨，是宁光回来了。
是的，其他几位也到了。
我知道了。不好意思了，各位，我和甘雨还有一些事务要处理，可能要失陪了。
哎呀，怎么你们也要去忙工作嘛？
节庆来临，总务司自然也得打起12分精力，请不用担心。
And which is like very interesting because last year the story was about family bonding. It was about filial piety and yeah, just very human Lantern Rite. And I think this year will be more metaphysical, maybe with this legend.
现在就请尽情体验接会的游玩项目吧。要是有什么不满意的，欢迎反馈给我们。我们就先走一步了。
Bye bye. 1 second, Ganyu. Don't forget to take breaks. Look after yourself.
旅行者今天好体贴呀，一直在关心每个人的身体健康。没办法呀，就算是重要的节日，他也不能敲着这些工作狂人的脑袋说：“你这家伙，快给我去休息啊！”
People think that Paimon is like extremely obnoxious in the English dub, and I can understand why, but like that's why like people should play in Chinese because she's just so cute in Chinese.
谢谢关心， 我们一定会放在心上的，你也是。说起来，其实我也有点私事要去往生堂一趟。
哎，找胡桃吗？正巧了，我们约了他一起吃饭。要是蓝师傅不嫌弃，不如一起来吧。
怎么会？我高兴还来不及。
What a nice surprise!
不过现在胡桃还没有过来，可能还没忙完，干脆一起回往生堂看看吧。那我们走。
Let's go. Oh, and okay, so we can like do the activities right now if we want to. Incredible. I mean, I did not expect. Oh yeah, there are like multiple things to do here. The Ministry of Civil Affairs will place various festive toys throughout Lewis Harbour during the Lantern Rite. Visit these toy locations and increase your festival travel journal progress to redeem the corresponding rewards. In the Lamplit Entertainment menu, you can check on the location of each festive toy within Liyue Harbour. Use normal attacks to activate frozen coins, Look at them correctly to increase your festive travel journal progress. Visit sightseeing scopes to catch a glimpse of sights afar. Successfully view these extraordinary vistas to increase your festive travel journal progress. Lunch tubes. Point towards specified pictures. They even fire off the corresponding fireworks. If you can cause the lunch tube to display 4 identical pictures at the same time, something interesting could happen. Okay, so we can do that later. And those are like all the activities, right? This feels like, okay, this is the creative activity. I don't know if it's the combat one. Maybe not. And drill by lamplight. This is the combat one, which we can do at some point if we want to do some action content. But for now, let's continue with... What? And we are locked because obviously Hutao is busy in another quest, on Baiju's quest. So I'll just explain what was happening in Baiju's quest at the beginning. Basically, Baiju is the pharmacist of Liyue, and we met someone that have, I quote, God remains in their bodies, and we are trying to find a cure for them. And so Baiju is trying to prepare the cure, and Hutao is tagging along as an NPC. And I think I don't really know the backstory of Baiju's very well, but I think there's kind of a rivalry between Hutao and Baiju. So bear with me and the parallel storytelling. I know it's a bit weird, but alas, we don't really have a choice here. So this is like for the event, I guess. So right now we have just sent the patient in the pharmacy, and Baiju is inside making the cure. I mean, Baiju's master. I use that as the one having the god remains. Ask around for information, and let's talk to Hutao. People have said that it's like a very sad quest. Spectacled snake bedecked duck. I think Baiju's Masters is also like a relative of Hutao, something like that. I also don't remember exactly what the god remains were. I think it's something we saw in one of the, maybe in Zhongli's quest. I don't know, but it feels like a corruption.
我以前没跟你们说过吗？网商堂最初就是为了对抗魔神死后的怨念才建立的。
But the details are hazy. Yes, they are.
都是些老掉牙的故事了，说什么太古年间魔神作乱，仙人们为了维护生死的边界，开始净化空气，焚烧尸骸。如今这门对付魔神怨念的业务虽然不在了，但辨识魔神残渣的手段，好歹还是传了下来。
This is interesting because they are recontextualizing the funerary traditions that we see in China by explaining that through gods' remains and this like cosmogonic like battle between gods and mortals. When it's like just some kind of corruption, right? In real life, it's just that when somebody is passing away, there's some remaining corruption, and this has to be treated, else the dead cannot go, well, cannot slumber in peace, I guess.
原来是这么回事。哎，那白竹又是怎么学会的？
哦，8成是他师傅教的吧？他的师傅就是我爷爷的弟弟，我的叔公。 当年往生堂的2把手，
往生堂的人，那怎么会变成白竹的师傅？
听爷爷说，他们俩年轻的时候曾经一起外出游历，在沉玉谷遇到了一名药师。
So we are again talking about Shen Yuvale, and I've not yet done like Shen Yuvale's quest. I've not done the exploration. I'm keeping that for later again.
也不知道那个药师给叔公施了什么法术。 他突然就抛下了家业，要跑去学什么医。爷爷跟叔公大吵了一架，还是没能劝住他。后来，爷爷继承了往生堂，叔公留在沉玉谷一带行医，他俩到老都没有再联系。
送葬的居然变成了治病的，真难想象。
There's a certain irony to it.
也不至于老死不相往来吧？
But one would say that it's basically the same thing, like a funeral director. Of course, you're here to bury the dead, but you're also here to soothe the souls of the living, right?
若是寻常医家，倒也就罢了，毕竟往生堂最开始做的也是类似医生的工作。
In the early days,
他们当年遇到的药师，浑身缠着不妙的戾气。沉玉谷这一脉治病救人的方法。 更是有悖生死。
It's practiced in Shen Yuvale tradition, because again, yeah.
生死？
详情我也说不上来，爷爷当年只知道个大概。白竹那家伙还总是提防着我。不过这也说明，他们身上多半真有什么隐秘。而且白竹对所谓的不死似乎有着强烈的执着，不知道跟这隐秘有没有关系。
So immortality, there's something about immortality because like if you're a bit familiar with Genshin Impact, there's the character, there's Titi, which is basically the meme character because you don't want her when you're pulling for characters, but we don't need to talk about that too much. But she's like a zombie basically, like she has been resurrected by Baiju, and I guess it ties with this idea of well, being obsessed with the idea of immortality.
总而言之，言而总之，现在就先静观其变吧，说不定等到明天就能瞧出点什么了呢。
Interesting.
不清楚的事情怎么越来越多了？算了，还是等到明天直接找白竹问问吧。
Are we still stuck in? Yes, we need to wait for the next day, so let's do that. The chasm here. It's funny that you really have to wait for the clock to turn. Somebody's sending me Um,
天了呢，也不知道家良的情况怎么样了。
and now we are said we can go back to it, so maybe we'll never talk about. I yapped about Baiju's quest, but maybe we don't need to talk about it. Let's go back to the funerary parlor.
烈日随我，要加速了。
依照安管家的意思，想妻还是免了为好。
I'd like to go without the drums.
眼下是喜庆日子，只求低调些办妥，免得影响街坊。
明白。烧火呢？寿山楼库、车船轿马有无需求？
老太公不爱招摇，不用大型烧火。
那便备一叠霓裳纸衣，既无排场，也慰藉家人，如何？
胡堂主心细，正该如此。
灵盒准备了吗？
老太公早2年就自己寻了阴沉寿木，再托师傅打成灵盒，备在仪龙部的老宅了。
Keelung Wharf in Chain New Vale, right?
火不焚，水不腐，虫不蠹。然后棚彩杠房，家人有讲吗？这些可以从简，但不好不操持，免得落人话头。说飞云商会家大业大，竟无人办事。
胡堂主高见，大少爷也是这样交代的，还说往生堂明礼俗，自知该怎么办。
那好，依我看，棚便搭起吉棚，一殿2犬，添36位暖棚座，不多不少，全包薪酬，不要素，满带飞云纹。棚前扎月亮门，设太师椅，栏杆用竹制，君子不雕，正气有节。不知安管家意下如何？
There's something interesting, like in all the decorum in those funerary practices. Really tells a lot about how, well, it obviously tells a lot about how a society interacts with the dead.
正合适不过。对了，地景得铺，玳瑁色为佳，老太公喜欢。
好说。杠式呢？
大少爷有明示，清音班不要，抬杠要16人，无需讲究式派，素服齐整即可。
浑车浑椅。
要如意亮轿1乘，白牌4对，红牌20对。
依正执事。
要金执事4对，引魂旗4对。
那便挑金立瓜、金乐府、金天灯、金边权，再选青道旗、飞虎旗、飞离旗、飞鳌旗。
就按堂主说的办。
最后大翻引亭如何？
帆要8角筒子帆，每角8穗，盖红罗座伞1把。亭要彩香亭1座，配亭2座，一更衣一4宝，附全白照片。
照上有无绣花？
哎呀，家人正心忧意乱，喜之末节倒是欠考虑了。不知堂主有何想法？
飞云商会是礼乐大族，人丁兴旺，四世同堂。老太公作为家中族者，已是全。
Because this is the family of Xingxue, right?
年至7宜，已是全寿；一生积德，临行安稳，已是全终。3样皆备，视为圆满。如此看，照上可绣5福捧寿，后路回春，更能荫泽后人。
还是堂主知人意呀。
小事小事。百文小姐，
明光大人已至，劳驾堂主移步玉京台一叙。
这么快？好，那我这就去。安管家，真不好意思了，我有要事相约，恐怕得先走一步。
堂主事务缠身，请随意。
老太公之事，杜杜姐，先麻烦你飞神了。
堂主放心，由我来跟进吧。
I think it was
可谓 焉知今者不如前呐？老胡头和小胡头真是福气，选了个好。
There are people that are saying, and I understand that like Genshin's prose, it's very, I don't know, heavy, a lot of purple prose, but I also think that it serves to highlight how, I don't know, some practices that comes from real life are important and how they tie people together.
堂主自是堂主。
对了，医官，刚才忘记讲定钱了。
不急。听闻老太公一事，尘埃尚未落定，安管家今天过来，也是让我们先有个准备吧。
唉，确实，是大少爷提前差我来的，以防临时手忙脚乱。所以，请医官先不要在外提及此事。
自是明白的。
那麻烦医官开个单子，我好拿回去给家人过目。
So he's not dead
安管
yet?
家慢来。几位，有事吗？
豆豆姐，我们来找胡桃。
香菱师傅来迟一步，堂主与人谈事去了。
那，不知他什么时候返回？
堂主未告知，他前脚刚走，估摸还要一些时候。这位姑娘有急事的话，可以先与我说，等堂主回来立时转告。
这倒没有那么急。
那便等堂主忙完，您与他亲自谈吧。
真不巧啊，我还以为胡桃差不多该结束了呢。看来他比我们想象中的还要忙，这样干等着也不是事儿。要不我们先去吃饭吧？你这样说我是有点饿。
Food.
但我们不再等一等胡桃吗？听医官的意思，他还要一会儿呢。放心，等他回来了，我们再给他开小灶就好啦。好哎，蓝师傅也饿了吧？我们先一起去吃饭。蓝师傅，不好意思，走神了，我听你们的。豆豆姐，那我们就先走啦。要是胡桃回来了，麻烦通知他。
That's funny, I don't really know where this quest is going.
几位慢走。
I don't see how it's related to...
安管家。
医官，那黑发姑娘，你可知道她的来历？
我也面生，但看她头上的银焰饰物，有几分像陈玉骨来的。
陈玉骨。
怎么了？
医官有所不知，前几日我出门采买物时，正撞见那姑娘与大少爷攀谈，还拿出了一奇异藤人。后来我替老太公签正请时，在他床下发现一物，正是那藤人。那藤人上有皱纹，入手极冰，连带老太公屋里也凉飕飕的，总叫人觉得邪门的很。
竟是如此。难道老太公一事还有蹊跷？我曾听闻，陈玉谷人士有奇门术法传承，什么五鬼搬运、凭命借命，
可不敢胡乱猜测。但一想到如今老太公仍卧榻，大少爷便催我来讲棚讲杠，我就……唉，瞧我心烦气躁的，吓到了些什么豆子。医官全当听个戏，别记在心里。
安管家请放心，往生堂自有规矩，不会多言语。
Interesting. Okay. And now we are... So... This is Baiju. We need Baijus in this quest as well. This is crazy. So yeah, we are really doing like both quests at the same time. It must be extremely obnoxious, especially if you don't know the game and the characters, I guess. I'm sorry, this was not intended. This was not intended. I'm almost thinking about just doing some gameplay activities and not the story because it's so weird. So back to that.
阿鱼，
爹，你记得我了？
记得了，记得了。
Oh, and it's so weird in terms of tone. I don't know what to do.
你妈妈呢？总感觉好几天没见过她了。
我已经上冒险家协会请人找她去了。老爹，你安心养病就好。白先生刚才也说会一起帮忙找的。
那就好，那就好。白先生，多谢你了。
不必客气，恩师一命，自当尽力而为。倒是我这么多年都没找到你们，实在惭愧。
啊，白先生哪里的话，都是因为江离，因为什么来着？
你大病初愈，还得恢复一段时间，顺其自然就好，不用勉强自己。
这段时间先留在布补路静养吧。
胡堂主，你看嘉良身上可还有什么问题？
确实感觉不到魔神残渣的气息了。难道真的被压制下去了？但你究竟是怎么在一夜之间做到的？
这就是师门不传之秘了。胡堂主若不放心，想留看多久都无所谓。
Yes, it's his own condition, malediction,
不
whatever.
过这期间往生堂的损失，就请恕小店无力赔付了。
放心吧，本堂主还没有那么不讲道理。
Yeah, he took, like, I think the malediction on the good remains on itself. On himself, I mean.
在里边待了那么久，都快给我闷坏了。白竹，快带我出去透透气。
Maybe I don't know.
好，好，好。那么各位，我与长生就先出去走走了。
叫你非要在人前硬撑，这下难受了吧？要不是我机智，看你还怎么装下去。不过要我说啊，你也不必老是瞒着所有人吧，起码也找一个信得过的人。
谁在那里？
I think it's so weird in terms of tone. Like, I think the two stories are good in themselves, but like mixing them together, it just like ruined the pace of both, I think. So I really don't know what to do right now.
你们怎么跟来了？
Thought you were looking a little unwell.
只是闷久了而已，透透气就好了。
都说了要你别硬撑。唉，旅行者派蒙，其实嘉良的病情并未痊愈，是白竹将自己的生机让渡给他，暂时压制了毒素。
Okay, so the reverse. Life force?
白竹，这到底是怎么回事呀？
我的师门与长生立有契约，历代契约者都能以长生所授秘法治病救人。嘉良的心脉有异，恐怕是中了一种以魔神残渣炼制成的毒药。而眼下这毒并未驱散，只是我以长生为桥梁，将自身生机引注至嘉良体内，暂时镇压了毒素。
长生居然还有这本事，我还以为你只是白竹脖子上的挂件。喂，当年在沉玉谷的时候，就连仙人也得给我点面子，说他是我的架子还差不多。白竹还没见过医书的时候，我就在跟他师父师祖一块到处救人了。哇，看不出来。
好了好了。
You're looking even worse now than before. Are you sure you're okay?
胡桃说你们有种不妙的救人方法，难道转移生机会损害你自己的身体？
没事的，有长生帮我调理气息，还伤不及性命。
Great, calm
白竹
down.
的生机终有尽时，必须尽快找到解毒的办法来救治嘉良。旅行者派蒙， 能请你们帮这家伙一把吗？你们不开口，他怕是又想靠自己硬撑了。
Go on, Baiju. Let us help you.
你不觉得这也是一次机会吗？你总不可能瞒所有人一辈子，时间那么长，总会暴露的。
一辈子，多谢你
陪着。
旅行者，派芒。
嘿嘿，难得看到这样的白竹呢。你以前不也帮了我们不少吗？不用客气。
So what are the next steps?
嘉良中毒并非一朝一夕的事情，我想去他们的住处，看看有没有关于这毒的线索。
Do you know where his house is?
你来之前，我已向阿宇打听过，他们一家隐居在青侧庄的西边。待我将这件事交代完毕，就一起去看看吧。除了毒药的线索，还需留意阿鱼失踪的母亲，我那久未谋面的师姐。
Okay, and so I guess like this is still luck because we need Baiju. Okay, this is too weird. I think this is too weird to do both at the same time. It will be a bit weird, so we'll just do the activities for Lantern Rite. Now finish the story, I think, on my own. Sadly, but I think it's just better that way. And we'll spend just some time in the game doing things that I not that I need to do, but that I wanted to do those past days. So let's do maybe the activities. And yeah, you can see like there's the list of recommended quests, but I really thought that they would put some focused experience this time around. I guess we can do a little bit of combat, and maybe like doing some combat will give me the opportunity of speaking a bit much, because I can't speak too much when there's narration, and I can yap about things more easily. Surely that sergeant isn't the one in charge. Well, good luck to them then, they're gonna need it. Is something the matter? It's you. Phew. You scared me there. I thought the sergeant had come over. If he heard me, I'd get dragged away for more training. Isn't it Lantern Rite now? Well, the bigger the festival, the busier we are. Liyue Harbor is huge and there's so many tourists coming in from all over the world. To maintain order and ensure everyone's safety, the Millilith have set up quite a few mobile units both in the city and in the wilderness. Do you know what a mobile city is? Yes. Just run up to a squad and ask for assistance, and they lend a hand. Just go ask them for help, but since we need to cover such a large area, our sergeant has pulled out the reserve units that were originally on standby for training. So the sergeant said, why not hold a temporary training event up to their individual skill level? Trained by him, can't help but shiver when hearing his name. Do we know this sergeant? I don't think so. You've undergone his training too? His training is actually really effective, but my legs turn into jelly at the mere thought of it. Want to give it a try, Nanana? Hand-on-hand combat. He mentioned like tactical deployment, because that was one of the previous events, I think like 3 months ago, something like that. Love to give it a try. Okay, in Drills by Lamplight, you must select various secret stratagems and trigger them combat effects to increase your team's combat prowess and ability to score points. The number of secret stratagems you can use will increase as more drills are unlocked. Stratagems of engagement can permanently increase the amount of points scored in a single challenge when opponents are defeated, while stratagems of assault can permanently increase the additional multiplier when party members score points in a single challenge. Okay. When stratagems of variation are triggered, the points scored by the party will be multiplied for a limited time. Triggering such stratagems again while they are active will refresh their duration. After a wave of opponent is defeated, the basic score gained from their defeat, the difficulty multiplier, multiply one another to give the final score. When a drill ends, you will immediately gain this current wave's final score. Is it kind of like a roguelike? But I think it seems like a roguelike. Let's play in fearless difficulty, which shouldn't be a problem since I've been playing the game for too long now. So the following secret stratagem will be chosen for this drill. When the active character defeats 2 opponents with elemental skills, the party gains some points for. So we need to defeat them with skills. There are too many things. What the heck? I can select things here. So okay, we want to use skills. So burning reaction, bloom, or nightfall burst. Elemental skill. Maybe we want to play like elemental. But what? Do we have like elemental skills that are doing that much damage? I'm not. Who do I want to play? Maybe I should check like what team I want to play maybe. And here we have like additional bonuses for, okay. So let's think about a team and let's check like the enemies that we have. Those, you have like a Geo shield, I think. Oh no, or you maybe, I think you're all, we need like, so, okay. So maybe we want to play, this is a bit weird to play that. We can play something like that maybe, and we hope that linking them with Nahida will allow us to break their... Yeah, okay. So, after a character triggers another basic... Okay, why not do this? Because we want to do burst. We want to do this, and we'll just do that, right? It feels very clumsy to have like that many options. Maybe it's like not that important, I don't know. So the rotation is basically 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Okay, let's burst, Mavuika. We burst. 1, 2, 3. Let's reset. 1, 2, burst. I can finish you with Mavuika, I think. Don't need to burst with Molani, and I'll just reset the rotation. The problem is that it's slightly like annoying. Yeah, those characters are a bit bad. I don't know what they really did with Natlan. They kind of forced, I think, to pull for Natlan characters, because you can't like break their shield without characters from Natlan. And we're again in this situation where breaking their shield is really hard. And we don't do enough damage because Nahida didn't put the... at least we have a medal, I guess. So that's the objective, right? To do that much damage. So okay, it's not like a roguelike, it's just trying to do like as much points as possible. But we are in the same situation, like this is so weird, like having to contend against them. I need like characters that are... What is the main reaction? Elemental reaction, swirl and crystallize triggered with are considered as different elemental reaction. Party gain some points, so maybe we want to play a reaction-based team. And Chaska is good, I guess, because we want to play... Okay, so if we swirl, we can do this. We can put that, and then we need to find like the main reaction. And maybe we can go... Maybe we can go like Yelan. And... like this. It's a bit weird, but I think it can work. Just need to rearrange that because we're playing like, let's say burning and swirl, and here we'll put when the defeat opponents while their HP is at 100%. It will not happen often, I believe. Protected by a shield, we won't have any shield, but we don't really have a choice. I think, yeah. Elemental skill does more damage, elemental mastery or defense. I think like elemental damage is a bit more important right here because we are not playing around elemental mastery very much with this team. This is kind of just a vape team, I guess. I don't know, if you don't know the game, I don't know how to explain things. It's just a lot of jargoning, I guess. We'll do that. I forgot to put like Arlecchino's skill first. Let's do this. I need you to go on the ground. Like that. Okay, so you'll be the annoying one because you have this shield. It is just a bit too annoying to break when we don't have Natlan characters. You, I can defeat you like this. 1, 2, 3. Let's do that. Now we can burst Arlecchino. We don't even need like to bring him down. He doesn't do like much damage. Do that. If we do this, we'll have like a stream of arrows and it will help us break the shield more easily. We should break here. 2, 3, 5. Can I like kill you before the end of the timer? I don't think so. Too bad. Okay, we still had it. Okay, the scores, the score objectives are different, like for every level, I guess. Let's continue. So the enemies will be a bit easier right here. I think this is a very... I don't know, we have like multiple solutions here. After character defeat, opponent affected by frozen, so we want to play ice and water, so cryo and hydro. So we can do like, yeah, Furina, Citlali combo. And there's even like a case for this, and we put like Neuvillette here. And this makes sense. So we can have like Frozen. HP increases and decreases since we have characters that are taking HP to attack. HP at 100 it will never happen, so we can forget about that. HP below 60% will happen because we have Furina, and Furina takes HP until we are at midlife. And protected by a shield makes sense since we are playing with Citlali, which is a shielder, who is a shielder. Attack doesn't make sense with this team because we scale off HP. But we can play Elemental Skill, I don't think it's very important. Elemental Mastery doesn't make sense in the freeze team, so I guess Elemental Skill is the most logical one, although not very important. This is like a very good team, like Neuvillette is very strong, so we should like destroy the opposition here. Eevee first, then burst. Should have done. It doesn't really matter here, but we want to be closer to them to be able to freeze them though. Let's reset the entire rotation. E first and then A. E and then A. E and then A. Let's freeze them to play the objective. Do this, reset the rotation. 1, 2. E and A. E and A. And just some charge attack. And we should be able to do quite a number of points right now. Let's reset the rotation. Where are you? There. Ultimate here. E and A. E and A. Yeah, I think we are just like obliterating the score objective right here. We have time for like just the setup of a rotation, so let's just do this and let's try to at least kill one. I don't think we'll be able to. No, we won't. This is pretty good. This is like really good, to be honest. But that's the power of Neuvillette. He's just too strong, I guess. So let's continue. I don't think it takes much time, and after that we can do another activity. Chain reaction. So electrocharged. Electrocharged is I mean, we can play the same team, but we can play also. What was the team that I enjoyed playing? I guess we can. This is weird, but like we can play electrocharged. The problem with playing Chlorined, even though I like Chlorined a lot, is that we have a lot of uptime. I mean of downtime with her on the team. So we need to put another Electro. And since we're not playing like Bloom, or are we playing? No, we can't play Bloom because we want Electrocharge. We need to play. We can put like somebody like Fischl and then try to Yelan will take the field a bit too much, I think. Like, Xingqiu makes more sense in this particular scenario. So we want to play Electrocharged, and we can keep that because we have Farina. Bond of Life, we're not playing with Bond of Life, we're not playing with Shield. This kind of suck. Yeah, I don't think we're doing anything important here. And we are playing Chlorine. I think Chlorine is scaling on attack, right? So we can play attack and skill because she's doing damage with her skill. There are a lot of people here. There are so many people that I even want to play... Do we think... Okay. Another possibility is to play this then. We remove Fischl and... Fischl, and we play Nahida here. And then it makes sense to play Elemental Mastery. But I don't think we'll have a lot of Electrocharge then. So we can put Bloom and Hyper Bloom, maybe. She will heal herself. Protected by a shield. Bond of Life, I don't know, I think it's good enough. I don't play Chlorine that much, which is kind of something I'm sad about because I like the character, but it's just a character that is overshadowed by the other reaction that you can play in the game. Should have put that first. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Need to reset. Fine, we are in this weird situation where the cooldown is just a bit too big. This is not very good because we are not triggering the effects that gives the multiplier. So... 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. Because we're relying too much on... Three, 1, 2, 3. Is the objective lag? I think we are not reaching the objective right now. Just a bit too high with Chlorine. One, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we are not reaching that. We need to do a better comp. Sorry I missed the first bit. I kept checking Twitch. Yeah, we still have like issues with Twitch. I don't know why my multicasting doesn't work. I'm thinking about like using restream.io because it just doesn't work on my setup. But you've not missed much because we wanted to do the Lantern Rite on Genshin, but unfortunately we had like conflicting quest lines, and I felt like it was a bit too obnoxious to do 2 quests at the same time instead of just focusing on one. So we are kind of doing just the activities in Genshin Impact right now. And I need to think about a better comp, I guess. Because one other possibility is to again use Neuvillette and play like this, and then we can put maybe we can put maybe like Kazuha to group them, and it makes sense as a composition. So here we are basically playing electrocharged. Below, HP is good. Protected by a shield, not really, but why not? And here we want the elemental mastery, yes, maybe, because I built Raiden with... I mean... with EM and HP. And I think it makes sense. Like this, mayhap. So let's try the same thing. That should be a more comfortable reaction because we don't have to refresh like the elemental effects every wave. And I think the issue that we had in the previous comp, is that the waves were dying a bit too fast. And it kept like messing up with the timing of the rotation. Unlike right now, we are playing a very crazy like team, and we're again like blasting through the objective. So this is interesting because I do play Raiden as an EM machine, so we are relying on elemental reaction and not much on like her burst, which is the usual way you would play her, like with a crit build. And I don't know, I feel like it's just more comfortable. I know that a lot of people, and especially I think it's the effect of content creators on YouTube, they will swear by the crit and attack trinity, and they will build every character the same way. But the problem is that if you want to play crit, you need extremely good stats, and it really like incentivize. This is crazy. This is a crazy score. They really incentivize like farming a lot for artifacts and stuff like that, and then people will complain about the game being extremely grind driven. And I think that first of all, it doesn't make sense to like focus that much on like mechanical on stats, I mean, because the game is not that hard. And second of all, like you're focusing on the extreme builds that are just unhealthy. Like you don't need like big numbers like that. And when you go away from this philosophy and you play other teams that are not revolving around crit damage, you can build like elemental mastery. So as you can see, like this is a elemental mastery driven team, and we did very good on those enemies. And yeah, this is good. And people will say, because it's the rhetoric of like content creators, or at least it was like maybe 2 years ago, they would say that playing like EM teams, Hyperbloom teams is just like cheating because you're destroying the games when they are struggling sometimes with their crit builds, and like the amount of time and effort that they put into building their teams. And I'm like, but this is a good thing that we can play the game the way we want. There's a case about Genshin being, you know, a gacha game and something that feels a bit predatorial towards your time. But like if you're playing with the crit builds and stuff, you're making your life harder, and you need to spend some time on the game to just do mindless farming. And I think that at the very least, adding the possibility of playing without pulling characters or farming very RNG heavy builds, I think it's pretty good. And there is a lot of problems with Genshin right now. And I'm not exactly talking about like the main quest and the narration right now. I'm mostly talking about the way that we are pushing people to pull for Natlan characters if you want to do endgame content because of the distribution of the enemies. Like, this is bad, but like other things are not that bad, and I think it's important to have like an open mind when talking about those games, and especially in the gacha space. I mean, I understand like the importance of talking against, you know, pulling addiction, against gambling, and that's why I will never gamble and I will never pull characters live, because I think it just shows a bad thing. And if you want to do that, I cannot force you, but I don't want to show that on stream, so I will not interact with things like that on stream. I will not do my dailies either on stream, because like it fosters this idea of like doing things for rewards every day. So yeah, we need to be critical of the game, but at the same time there are interesting things, and we should try to like go towards that direction. Show that those less predatorial structures are better, and that's the way to build the game in the future. And there are gachas that are doing things better, and I think, for example, like Path to Nowhere, and I've been playing a little bit of it in the past month, is doing things in a pretty good way. Like, you really never need to pull for characters, because like even low rarity characters can get the job done, and I think this is something interesting. So there is good and there is bad everything, and we should like just acknowledge like both, I think. So the current thingy is normal attacks. So we can play different things here. I don't know why they want with normal attacks when the active character defeats 3 opponents with normal attacks, but it doesn't make sense with those characters, I believe, because their killing blows are not like normal attacks, so we should try to play our own team here. Normal attack is not charge attack, right? So we need to play Arlecchino, and we can play like the ideal Arlecchino team, maybe. So Genshin Impact is a gacha game, yeah. I don't know anything about it and very little about the genre. So yes, this is a gacha game. And by gacha, so we mean like the gachapon machines in Japan, right? You're putting like money in the machine, and it's giving you some orbs, and you open it and you have like something inside. And basically, okay, I'll show it once and never again, but this is for educational purposes, okay? I'm not trying to force you to pull. So, okay, basically you have like, when you begin the game, you have like very few characters. As you can see here, like I have a lot of characters. I really have a lot of characters. We can check even in the character archive. This is basically like showing all the characters that I have and all the characters that I don't have. So they are a bit blacked out. And you can see that I have a lot of characters. And the way to obtain characters is to pull for them. You do not get characters freely. You get some at the beginning for free, but if you want to diversify your team, you need to pull for them. And pulling is basically like in this little thing here, and you have like a temporary banner where you aim for the character that you want, and you spend like some in-game currency to get them. There are like things happening with the 50-50 and PT, but we don't need to get into that right now. But this is basically gambling. You're gambling to get the character, the featured character that you want to play. And there's not a lot of things we can do and say to defend that economic model, right? It's like, because the banner is temporary, you see like the remaining time, you're kind of incentivized to pull for them if you want to play those characters, and especially if the game is building the current content around that character. And that was what I was talking about, because like one of the endgame content is what we call the Abyss, and I found that like the previous cycles of the Abyss were quite easy, but like this one is crazy. The last floor is actually crazy because of the enemy rotation. It like forces you to have like a very specific team, like 2 very specific teams, and you kind of need to pull for those characters. If you don't have them, then you will struggle like to do like all the objectives. Again, you don't have to do the objectives, but that's kind of, you know, an objective to a personal objective that you want to reach, and it feels a bit like manipulative of the game, of putting like abysses, floors that are that hard and that catered around the characters that you can pull. And like there's a very interesting situation when you play a gacha game, and especially if the gacha game is, and it's like completionist, and I guess, you know, even people that are not exactly completionist, because you gain reward when you're doing those content. It's not like something that you do for fun and there's like no reward for it. Like there's a little bit of resources that you can gain from it, and it can push people to pull for those characters. And you have in-game currency, but you can buy in-game currency with like real currency. So that's when the predatory system comes into place. And so I've been playing the game for, well, since release. I've done like one break at some point, but that's all. And that's why like I have, as I said, a lot of characters, and it gives you a lot of flexibility, because I can basically adapt to any kind of content, as you saw like in the previous activity that we did. If I need someone that does that type of damage, then I can like build teams around this. It triggers more FOMO than completionism. If you're a completionist in a gacha game, you're a millionaire, not... Yes, exactly. So this is what we call the whale. Because you cannot... The idea is that you cannot pull for every character. You need to make some choices. You need to be, I need to save like some resources because I cannot pull for everybody. I need to choose the characters that I really want to play. And that's why when you check my character archive, there are some characters that I did not pull because I felt like either they were not that useful for my teams, or just because I don't feel like they are my favorite characters and I don't really want to play them. And that's basically the choices that I made. I'm like, those characters, I don't need them, so I skip their banner and I save resources for the next one. But some people are building like characters like crazy, and you have things that are even more insane. Like this is the constellation in Genshin, and it's basically now, well, in a lot of gacha games, you can pull multiple copies of the same character, and it will give you like some additional skills and, you know, power in general. So if you really want like some big damage or whatever, you're incentivized to pull for like the constellation of the character and go through the gambling again and again and again. And that's when the FOMO is coming, because again, the banner is temporary, so you save things for when the banner becomes active, and it's not nice, right? It's gambling and playing with your feelings, especially if you like the characters, because you play through their stories and you're like, this is a character that I like a lot, so now I want to pull for it. And I'm not insensitive to that kind of, marketing tactics, even if it's in-game. So that's why I don't want to go through that. I don't want to go through pulling for characters in the game. I have enough resource in my case, like if you're familiar with the game and how like the wish economy works, you can see that I have a lot of resources, but I think seeing people gamble pushes you to gamble as well. And that's not something I want to show, because what I like about Genshin, it's not the pulling aspect. I don't like the gacha aspect. I really think that Genshin would be like a better game, and most gacha would be better games if you don't have like the gacha dynamic, and it's just like a normal game that you would pay on release, and maybe for each big extensions, and that's all. Or even a subscription would be like more fair, I guess. But because it's not, because we are in a gacha economy, because the game is free, so you can download it for free and play it completely for free, I don't want like to show a bad example, so I won't pull for those games. We might play, a fair amount of Hoyoverse games in the future, Genshin Impact, because I really like the universe and the ambience, like all the background music for the stream comes from Genshin Impact. We might play like other games, probably Star Rail and Zenless Zone Zero at some point. But yeah, those are gacha games. They are not nice games in the way that they are appealing to your, let's say your money, your wallet. And yeah, I don't think it's really good to show that. I think it's fine to talk about the games, to play the games, because they exist. We can't. I mean, I can like say that I boycott the game and I won't play gacha games at all on the channel, but at the same time, I don't know. It's not because I'm not playing them that they stop to exist and that people will stop to gamble. I prefer like to show what the game is about and just do some like regular warnings about gacha gambling and saying that it's bad, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't pull for that, and if you feel like you cannot control yourself, which is the case of most people, to be honest, me included in some ways, then just don't play the game. Enjoy the fact that I'm playing through it, I'm showing the story, which is sometimes nice, and just the world and things like that we can enjoy the music and the scenery together, but you don't have to play the game if you don't want to, and it's fine. So yeah, that's basically what a gacha game is, and that's a big part of the gaming economy right now, because most people, and especially I think people that are a bit older than me, will not be familiar with this type of gaming. That's not exactly the sort of gaming that you've grown up with. Not that it didn't exist back then, but it was in other ways. Maybe you played like arcade games outside on at the arcade, but it's not exactly the same thing. Like you're playing for the game, you're paying for the game. I mean, you're not paying for the characters, and what people miss, and especially I think in the West, is that gacha is so big right now. It's such a big part of the gaming economy, because first of all we need to understand that like the West is the Western world is such a small market for video games right now. Most people don't play on PC or consoles. Like people play on mobile, and because they play on mobile, it's mostly like microtransactions, and that's like the typical gacha economy. The game is free to play, but you have microtransactions. And why do people play on mobile? Because like you don't have the time to play. you especially in Asian countries where it's the prevalence of mobile gamers are much higher than everywhere else in the planet. Everything, you know, in their respective scale. When you are commuting, you just want to play on your phone like for 20 minutes, and Genshin is like a good game to play like for 20 minutes, and then you just do something else, and maybe you play 20 more minutes during the evening. We don't have like this in Asia, this culture of spending, you know, 4 hours straight on a game, because the way work is structured in Asia doesn't allow you to play that much in one sitting. That is why I can't play gacha. On free-to-play games generally, I get OCD completionist about things, and this game... yes, exactly. And I think that, you know, there are aspects of completionism that are fine. Genshin Impact is like... that's what we said, at least, you know, at the beginning. It's like it was very Breath of the Wild oriented, and it's basically basically that when it was first released. You have like this big map, and you have like a lot of puzzles a bit everywhere, and you're incentivized to do them, to explore and do puzzles for resources. And you can play like the completionism here. You can do all the puzzles, but I think it's fine. It's like part of the content. It never really disappears, so it's fine. Like you have like some regions that I've barely explored. For example, we talked about Chenyu Vale earlier, and I've barely explored Chenyu Vale. I just like unlocked the fast travel points, and that's all. Because I'm like, I'll do the completion and the exploration later. It's a region that I really like visually, so I really want to be in the right mindset to do it. And there's this part of the map I did not even unlock because it's locked behind like Chenyu's Vale quest. And the desert, for example, in Sumeru, I've done very little of the desert. And I was talking about like Genshin, GeoGuessr, and I was so bad at this because I spent like no time in the desert. So whenever a location was in the desert, I was like, I don't know where it is. It's so annoying. But some other places I've completed entirely, and I think like it's a good kind of completionism because it asks you for your time, but you can choose when you put your time. If you don't want to explore today or tomorrow, you can do it in 1 week or 1 month, and it will never disappear, so I think it's fine. But yes, completionism or like FOMO because of characters, you want some characters or things like that, I think it's like predatorial and it's not good. Nearly everyone here in Vietnam plays on mobile. Yes, that's the... that's the thing in Asia, and especially in South Asia, right? But still, even in China and Japan, like people are really surprised when they see... I mean, Western people are surprised when they see what games are really at the top of the playlist, because it's not the game that you usually see in the West. Gotta spend more time in the desert. I wish, and maybe we can do the desert exploration at some point together, and not be locked like for the Lantern Rite with like conflicting quests, because the desert is a really nice place. You have like such a good ambience, and yeah. It's a really nice place to explore. Like, there's like the desert proper, there's like this big pyramid, and this is funny because it's like an entire dungeon, I think. I think that like you have such a big underground section, but I don't really know about it because I haven't started the quest. And like there's a location that is really pretty here, and I'll skip to the day because it's really, really pretty. It's like near a kind of oasis. I began the quest, I think, because it was asked for an event, but you don't have to do it immediately. And like, this is just so pretty. and you have like such a pretty lullaby at the same time. And yeah, like I really like the desert. I think it's a nice location, but I haven't explored much of the desert right now. There are some other locations that are really nice in this game, and that's why I like Genshin Impact, because it's like such a gorgeous game. I think one of the big moments I had was on this like map, on this region that I've done entirely, Enkanomiya, and like the first time you come here, so it's a very piano-centric music, first of all. Hi, hello, and thank you for coming. But like, I hope that you're doing well. It's such like a beautiful location with this pillar of light, and basically the gimmick in this zone is that you can shift between light and darkness. And we don't hear much of the music, but like the music is like this very haunting soundtrack. Yeah, I like that. Very piano-centric, a lot of strings that are also very, very sad, melancholic, and like it was such a treat to explore with the lore and all. I wish I could do an Enkanomiya again because it was such a good time. As I said, the background music is so good, and I really wanted to put more of Enkanomiya in the stream background music, but it felt a bit too sad, and I don't want my stream to be too sad. But it's such a beautiful place. Like you have like some beautiful vistas. I think like there's one here with like this little, you know, corner of vegetation here in a very barren and ruined world. I think it's like really, really pretty. And the quest was nice here. Let's not aggro them. And it's like, yeah, there are like good things in Genshin Impact, like really good locations. People that have done the game will remember about this island and the quest of this island with Rue. Very sad quest. But like this is like I'll show you like the big map, the map like entirely. But the game is like 4.5 years old, so yeah, the map is like really big. And it's just a pretty game. I like that the fact that it's rooted in you know, it's a fantasy rooted in real region and culture, and you have like very interesting take on real world culture. For example, this island here is basically based, so this region here is Japan, as you can see, with like the island and the overall shape of the archipelago. There's no like Hokkaido per se. This is like more like Tokyo, and here we are going near I don't know, maybe Okinawa. And this place here, well, I guess this is Hokkaido, but this place here is basically Ainu. So everything that you'll see in this island is related to Ainu culture, and it's really interesting. Like it's done in a very sensible way, I believe. So it was again a treat to explore, and you have like things like that for every region. So here is the first region, and you can see like the map is really big, and it's based on let's say Germany and kind of Central Europe, like very traditional Germanic fantasy. You have like this mountain to explore. Then this region is China. It's Liyue, China. And it's basically more the Han China in the way it's depicted. And then they added, so Chen Vale, I say that it's more Cantonese, more southeastern China, so a very, very different kind of music as well, and extremely beautiful locally, I think. Like, I thought Ghost Recon had a big map. The map of Genshin Impact is like crazy, and we've seen nothing right now. So it's raining, but like, I think it adds to, I don't know, it's just pretty. Like, you have like in southeastern China, you have like those jagged mountains, and yeah, really, really beautiful place. I really want to do it at some point. So we saw Japan, which was the third region, and then we went to Sumeru. So Sumeru was that part here, so that's the jungle part, and the entire desert. And like, the desert was really big. There was so many things to do. After Sumeru, we had like Fontaine. So Sumeru was based on like Middle East, India, and Persian culture. And then we had like Fontaine right here. So this is like Fontaine. And it's based on French, Italian, and English Victorian culture, I would say. And you can feel that immediately, I think, when you're in the city. So it's a kind of the mechanical city. Has that very soft steampunk vibe. Very pretty music as well. Very French Baroque. But there are also some kind of jazz as well. So really interesting place to be. I really love Fontaine. And if you go outside of Fontaine, you have like landscapes that are really evoking. It's raining everywhere. I'm going crazy. Where is it? Where can we have like a good view of? Maybe from here. Well, it's still raining, but you can see like the other shore. There's this kind of... If I skip time, can I skip like the rain? Yes, I can. There's this kind of very, I don't know, English school of landscapes. If you check like some paintings, and maybe we can talk about it in an episode of A Book of Their Leaves. I mean, A Leaf of Their Books. This is so interesting how it's inspired by classical culture. And if you're familiar with it, you can see the resemblance immediately. So very interesting region, and like this place here that I've not explored yet because it's an underground section as well, is very Italian. I think the city, the little village that you can see here feels very Italian. And maybe also a little bit of, I don't know, just southern France as well, with those buildings. Very... this sense of peacefulness, I guess. And so the city is called like Petrishore, which is basically the name that this is the smell of the ground after the rain, and it translates to basically let's say the blood of the god. And it has that nostalgia, that melancholy that is very, very interesting, I think. A very interesting touch and take on on Provençal and Italian culture. So very interesting. And the last region that was added was Natlan, which is basically melting pot between African culture, South American culture, and Indonesian culture, Oceanian culture also. Like this is Hawaii. I would say that this is like Africa, maybe Sub-Saharan Africa. This is Indonesia. This is like North America. And like the music is very interesting because when you go like to here, maybe we'll have like the correct music. When you go here, can we have the music, please? It's not exactly the music that I wanted because it's during the night. I want the day music, I think. It's a bit more illustrative of what I want to say. Like right here. You can hear, let me... You can hear like the percussions, right? And if you're familiar with like gamelan, you know that this is gamelan percussions with some little twist of instruments and stuff. And it's so interesting like to have this type of music in a video game because you don't hear that very much. And I think it's a very, very nice touch. And I like Genshin Impact because there's this, I don't know, connection with our world and culture, and it's easy to learn about like new culture just by osmosis. I really started to, you know, become interested in Mandarin seriously after playing Genshin Impact, and I was like, this is such a beautiful language. Yeah, the chimes, exactly. I can like... Okay, so you have heard them like for maybe like a little bit of something like a minute. So we'll do a comparison with like some other music. Let me like put some gamelan and you'll see like gamelan. So there are different types of gamelan depending on the regions of Indonesia, but like I'll just put some example. So this is like traditional gamelan music. You can hear like right the... You can hear the resemblance between them, right? And so, of course, there are like different types of gamelan. This is a very good one, I think. Yeah, it's like pure percussions. It's only percussions. So there are different schools, like for every island, of course. Like Indonesian culture and history is like extremely rooted in local conflicts, so a lot of differences between art and culture. So you can hear like how resembling it is. And now I'll go back to Genshin. And you hear how similar it is. I think it's so interesting. Like, it's not exactly Gamelon, it's a variation on Gamelon, because this region is about cultural fusion. So it's okay to take instruments from other places in the world, but use them in musical genres that are not exactly made for those instruments at first. So that's why, for example, for Inazuma, the Japanese region, you have a lot of traditional instruments, but mixed with first Western orchestras, and second with like straight out EDM, because we are pushing, like, this game is pushing musical culture a bit forward, and I think it's such an interesting way of approaching fantasy in fiction while being rooted in some part of reality. So yeah, very interesting thing to have here in Genshin Impact. And there are much more we could say about all this. But yeah, that's why I like Genshin Impact. I like the cultural representation, even if there are some issues. Like, a big thing about Genshin Impact was the lack of person of color representation, and I do agree. Like, in this region, we don't have a lot of people of color. I mean, playable people of color, and I understand, like, the issue with that. I think it's not a good thing, but at the same time, like, it's a Chinese company, and I don't think they will ever change on that. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't, like, continue to pester them about this. All right, have well, bon appetit, I guess. I'll just yap anyway. But yeah, there are, as I said, like, earlier, there are good and bad things in all, games, Genshin Impact included, and I'm happy to talk about what I find interesting and what I don't find good. One of my personal obsessions right now about Genshin Impact is the way they are portraying disabilities and mental health. I think it has been a trend for like 2.5 years now. They're really pushing, like, this idea forward, and it ties with the way China is living its own mental health crisis, with people trying to find happiness in different ways, be it through private psychologists, be it through collective solidarity endeavors, whatever, or sometimes they do not find a solution. And Genshin Impact is talking about that. It is like acknowledging that mental health is a problem right now, that we need to focus on that, and that there are different types of solutions that we can have. And so many of the quests were explicitly written to showcase resilience, reconstruction, and this idea of taking care of oneself and taking care of other people in the community, in our community. And I think it's such an important message right now, as we're entering a very, as I said earlier, unstable period. And we can use like Genshin Impact to talk about those ideas. And there are like other games that talk about that, Chinese games or not. And I'm very happy to use them as examples and derive something meaningful from them. And that's basically what I want to do in those streams. And I guess we're back into yapping about the stream, but like, I want to play games because it's funny. We can, learn together about games, and I'm really happy to do that. But at the same time, I want to talk about other things. I want to talk about books, I want to talk about paintings, I want to talk about films and whatever else. And talking about video games as well. And I believe that we can extract some knowledge and wisdom from everything, that we can bridge different like topics that seem completely different and unrelated and create some kind of, I don't know, conclusive thoughts that can be useful in our personal life. And yeah, so that's why I'll keep playing Genshin Impact, and I'll keep sharing things that I find meaningful in the way the game is written, in the way it is portraying certain identities, certain issues. So for example, earlier when we were doing like Baiju's quest and the beginning of the Lantern Rite quest, there was this question about tradition, about funerals, about what it means to take care of the dead and to present ourselves when we are dying and after we died. And it seems like it can seem like fluff, I guess, but it also says something very concrete about society and about the different ways we are caring for people around us. And this is a Chinese game, so it opens a window into a part of Chinese culture. And I'm happy to explore it and to note what is missing or what is effectively shown on screen and that we can expand on. And even like for our culture, the way Chinese developers and writers are talking about our cultures, I think it's so interesting and that deserves some discussion. I know that so many people stream Genshin Impact and those kind of games on Twitch and on YouTube, and maybe it feels like a pointless endeavor to have it as my main game, quote unquote, but I don't think it is. I think we can do things with this game that are a bit unexpected and that goes beyond what the general streamer, the average streamer is doing about Genshin Impact. And I'm not the only one to do that. There was I don't remember her name, but there was like a Chinese woman that was doing that also. She was like talking about Chinese culture and about Li Wei with her personal experience, and I think that was like so interesting. And I want to lean into, you know, that kind of vibe when we are playing Genshin Impact. We won't play that every day, obviously. I don't want it to be my only game, but you can expect some, you know, regular amount of Genshin Impact when I feel like there's something interesting going on in the game. And I'll do that maybe with other gacha games, I don't know. So yeah, we were yapping about gacha culture, we were yapping about Genshin Impact and its relation to our world. But I think the point was, even if it's maybe a less interesting for people that don't know the game, I still want to do like the the combat content. At least finish it. I think we had like two stages left to do, and then we can try to do some other pieces of event. So back to it. What we wanted to do is set up like a party with normal attacks. Arlecchino seems like very, very strong for normal attacks, I won't lie. We can basically use like everybody, I mean every character that that trains normal attack, like, I don't know, like the coaching likes character, maybe not coaching, but maybe Alhaitham. Or maybe we can be extremely weird. Okay, I have like a crazy idea, but I don't know if it will really work. Yeah, we can't really play... I mean, we can play Arlecchino, but it's a bit weird, I think. I'll try a team that I haven't played in quite a while, because it was not very useful for the current content, but I really like this team. It's the Nilou team, right here. And basically we are playing... where is it? We're playing Hyper Bloom. Not Hyper Bloom, but it's like Super Bloom, I don't remember how it's called. But we'll play through that. Within 3 seconds of taking the field, the bonus for free. If its opponent within 3 seconds of taking the field, it feels a bit insane, but like we'll be at max HP kind of always, I believe. Bond of Life, we won't be using it. So I guess we can take maybe this and this. Doesn't matter that much. We will play Elemental Mastery, of course, and we will play also HP, because I think everybody here scales of HP. You scale of HP and Nilou scales of HP as well. So let's try something like that, and if it doesn't work, then I'm just sad, because I like this team. Okay, so Nilou E. Yao Yao. One, two, three. There. Okay, we'll put this. We can dance again. I shouldn't have burst because I will have to reapply Dendro, so it's a bit dumb. I think I'm locked in a very weird rotation right now. It doesn't make sense what I'm doing. But considering the score, I think we are doing alright. Get close to that. Sen Yao Yao, Nahida, Nashida, Nilou. 1, 2, 3, Kokomi. Let's burst anyway. How high is the score for us to not... Okay, we reached it. I was afraid. I think the targets are getting a bit like unusual. It's really not usual to have like points that are that inflated in Genshin events. I don't exactly know what they are trying to do. And this is basically the free one, so we want to do something a bit crazy. I think maybe we want to play the... Maybe we want to play the Mavuika team. And in that case, like, this is good. Okay, so Mavuika is a melt team. They will be burning. And there will be crystallize, I believe. But Soul Burst makes sense also. Or is it considered like an elemental skills? Basic amount of points scored. Basic amount of... yeah. It makes sense to use burst because we are bursting every time with Mavuika. So HP of 100 makes sense because Mavuika will be shielded, protected by a shield, and Night Soul Blessing makes sense. If it were in a blessing state. Or we can do that, and here we play... So for Mavuika we play attack and crit, I think. Normal attack makes sense, but is it normal attack or is it considered like charge attack as well? I don't know. We can play this, maybe. I don't know. And so the team is our buffer, Bennett. We have Shilonen, Citlali, and Mavuika. So the team that we played earlier. Let's do that, and then we can do something else. One, two, burst, there. Shilonen. We target Shilonen. We can place it Lali and ult, and we need to be inside the circle. Yeah, I think we did an absurd number of points on this particular wave. There, Citlali, Mavuika again, E hold. One, two. I don't think we can go beyond 1 million. One, two, one, two. Okay, okay, we still have the time to finish the wave. Okay, I think it's pretty good. So we can leave at that. Let's just take like all the rewards. And that will do for now. Oh, and the music in Leeway just looks so gorgeous. It just swells so elegantly, I think. So there's the thing here. Yeah, so we can choose, at some point, we can choose like a free character. That's the, from Leeway, that's the thing with every Lantern Rite. Puttering around, trying to be somewhat productive. I understand. I can be productive and just stream and play games, so I think it's alright. But yeah, we'll target Lanyan for the character this year. Because I have like all the characters and I think I have copies for them as well, so we don't really need to focus on the other characters. For challenges, other points, the only thing that matter, or did you finish the Little Diamond Challenge that I missed? The Little Diamond Challenge. Oh yeah, you mean like... like those the stars. So what is interesting here is that on the left a little diamond with the words. Yeah, it's just like the objective for the particular fight. It was the number of points that would allow me to activate the effect of a buff that I had. But basically the challenges is like you have those are like the special, this is the special currency, that's the one you want like to have, and basically you need to do like the first objective always. You don't have to reach the big one. They are not really hard to get when you have played the game for a few months or even like 1 month, but you are never forced to do them. You can just do the normal objective, leave at that, because you already have like the important reward. And I think that's the way of the game. The game is telling you don't have to like build like characters and be completely hardcore with the way you're playing the game, because it just doesn't matter at the end of the day. So yeah, that was like the combat content in the game. Maybe we want to do... No, that's the quest, right? So unfortunately we're not doing that. Gifts. Oh, if I want to give like I don't know. Let's do one for... we can do one for every character. I see. This is great also. That's what I like about Lantern Rite, is that we get to see like all the characters in the game, mostly. Oh, this is the Puyo Puyo, I think. This can be fun. Okay, let's do that. I think it's the Puyo Puyo mod, and I've played my fair share of Puyo Puyo when I was younger, but I think I'm washed up right now. I don't have like the reflexes, I don't remember how to build like the good combos. But we can try to do it. Okay. Let's do it. Oh no, it's really Puyo Puyo. I don't remember how we play. I don't remember the combos. Yeah, okay, there are different things. So we can play against like, I guess like real people. And we can play against playable characters in the game. Let's play on. Allows you to claim all. So we want to do this. Maybe we want to start with the friendly contest first to just get a hang of it. Just don't remember. I just don't remember how do I rotate? I rotate like this, okay. I need to create some space, I think. This makes sense. This makes sense. Oh no, the controls. I'm lost in the controls. Okay, let's do this. And do this for now. Oh no, I'm setting up not the right way, I'm lost. Now I can do that, right? Okay, let's think about... I want to do this. Okay, it works, because, yeah, it will work. This is like a decent combo, I guess. We can set up this... No, it doesn't work, right? This doesn't work. Okay, let's just do that for now. I don't remember. Okay, this works. I'm really lost. I don't know. I need to check how we do the combos. What are the BNBs. So there's something interesting here, right? But like we want maybe something like this. Okay, let's clear that. I kind of want to set up really not what I want. I'm a bit annoyed. We need to... Okay, that works. Good, better. So now we can play... We can play this, it will work. Yeah, because it's already set up for me, so that's easier, I guess. I'm stupid. This doesn't work. I need to like make something like this. Maybe like build from here. Okay, let's... It doesn't... Yeah, but it's only 3, so it's a bit of a shame, I guess. I mean, it's alright. Let's do something like this, maybe? And I can do that, I think. Good, we are getting back into it. Mayhap. Against Gold Eye Celadon Mare? No, we want to set up something. Not much we can do here, to be fair. But this is slightly annoying. Because we need to destroy that. Okay, let's do something like this, but we need to put some... something like this. This will be... yeah, good enough. Pretty good. Let's try to set up something new here. We'll play like this. We basically want you here. Okay, so you go here. And if I put you here, pretty good. Okay, we are back into it, I think. Against Kurting. Okay, so it will destroy kind of automatically, but I don't want to break it. Well, I mean... You got me there. Because now I need to make some space here. Something like this is good. This wasn't really what I wanted to do. Okay, let's activate it right now. Just to make some space. We can play... No, it doesn't work. She's annoying with her skills. Let's just clear the board. We need some... Ah! She's so annoying. And she destroyed my entire board. Need to do... She has too many like effects. But that kind of works for me. Because I can set up that. Okay, and now we try to break here. Yeah, I forgot that I need like some... Let's just take this. This doesn't really work, I won't do any combo, but alas, there's like not much that I can do. Okay. We need to build more efficiently. And I think it's free up. I don't remember how you do the cannon. Catching feels like so strong. So here we need like some... We just need to... Okay, do that. We'll prepare a cannon right here. Okay, but it doesn't help me. It doesn't help me. Build something coherent. Like I'm doing nothing here. Okay, I take this. Good. We need to set up things. It's not a big combo, but at least like we'll overload her board, and I think that will be enough. Might just need to do like this combo, yeah. Okay, so we might want to create... I mean, if you're freezing me immediately, I'm not very happy, right? It doesn't really work, but at least it opens the space a little bit. Something like that. If I do this, not yet. Okay, we'll walk in the other way. Something like that. Something like that. And something like that. Okay, pretty good. You walk. Almost there. I think I can do that. And so we'll set up things for... This is not enough. Okay, that was already the end of the... I think the computer is extremely lenient on me. Doesn't play very aggressively. I don't think... I'm not checking what they're doing, but I don't think they're setting up like wild combos. Just open that. Like the rocks are a bit annoying right now. Because I can't exactly set up things the way I want to do. Yeah. I'll take like some clutter on my board, I don't mind. Okay, this is good, I think. Then we can play this and it will break. Yeah, okay, this is a full combo, we are clearing the board. Okay, good. Wind Reader, Yelan. Maybe we want to attack just here to create some opportunities. So I think if... Okay, that wasn't exactly what I wanted to do, but... I'll take it. Just for now. Can take that. They won't give me like... I think this is actually good for us if we... Oh no, okay. It doesn't work that way. I don't want to do that. And we'll have some space to work. No, I'm stupid, I should have saved the purple one. Because I won't be able to combo from it. We need to work into clearing this as soon as possible. Whatever it takes. So let's play kind of defensively maybe, like this. And I'll just... I don't know what the computer is doing on the right, it feels like very stupid. Oh no, this is the wrong one. I lost, I mean they lost, but just because they played worse than me. Which is also often why you lose, but it was not a good game. From my part, at least. Let's clear that. And now we want to set up... I'm stupid because it's breaking one below. Yeah, I guess like this is the philosophy of Genshin also, is that they are never trying to trick you with extremely difficult challenges. So here like the combo was basically already prepared for me. I really don't have to think much because of that. No, I'm stupid. I'm so stupid right now. Should have went on the right. And I'm too slow to... okay. I don't know what I'm doing. I need to do that at the very least. And we'll just... I mean, I don't think I'm able to escape from it. You really got me on this one. Annoying. Really annoying. I won't be able to do. I was never able to do the combo I wanted to do. Okay, and we can just play that, I guess. I guess it's alright. So we've kind of done everything we could do here, right? Yeah, and we get all the masks from the adepts. It's fun. I mean, we can play multiplayer, but I think we'll get, like, destroyed immediately. I just want to do one and see how it goes, but, like, I'm not very confident in. I think if you're playing, like, the multiplayer right now, it means that you're a Puyo Puyo player and you want to kill people. And I'm not ready for that. Let's do something like... Oh, because it destroyed it first. I'm so stupid. Annoying. Need to... discard that, and I'll accept that for now, just because it gives me an opportunity here. Like, I'm not really happy with that. But I also need to leave. It wasn't enough. I think we'll get, yeah. Close, but alas. Problem is that I waited too long to do my combo, I think, and I just got swamped before I was able to set my combo, so I need to be faster. Yeah, I think I need to be faster when I'm trying to set my combo. Why do people keep rejecting? Like, if you don't want to play, if you don't want to match up with people, just don't queue, I guess. Call 911 for who? Something like this, we'll play this, kind of fun. Something like it's. Oh, it destroyed it at first. I hate it so much. My life work. So stupid. I need. Yeah, okay, I'll do that. Set up it. Okay. Think. Maybe something like this. Oh, it doesn't work. I'm stupid. I'm so stupid. But they were completely lost in the sauce. So okay, we had a good combo, I think. We had a very good combo, it's just that I built a bit too high and it destroyed, like the combo just got into its own way, so that's a bit sad, but alas. So yeah, I think it's alright for Puyo Puyo. And we have almost enough fever to... Once you get them solo, can't you finish them off with little ones? Yeah, you can do that. That's basically the strategy. It's like you build like... I don't know, because I'm a bit more versed into like the Tetris side of Puyo Puyo versus Tetris. But basically you build like your combo immediately, as fast as possible, and then if you see that you can like kill them easily with small things, yes, you can just finish with like one normal hit or like 2 combos. But I was trying to like to get back my muscle memory, I guess. But yeah, that's the way to play. You build your initial combo, and then you try to either you go into another combo if you feel like you've done... Not even playing with my food, I was just... Maybe I was, I don't know. But yeah, Puyo Puyo is really cool. I was never good at Puyo Puyo. Again, I was more a Tetris player. But it rewards like a lot of forward thinking. If you can really set up like very smart combo, then you can wipe the floor with people. And basically we say that it's easier to, if like you have one person playing Tetris and one person playing Puyo Puyo, the Puyo Puyo player is in theory stronger because you can build like combos that are so much more powerful than with Tetris. But Tetris, you can just overwhelm people by being, decent at Tetris, and you don't even have to think about strategy or like endgame tactics to just swarm them. And I was in this very, intuitive school of Tetris versus like the big brains of Puyo Puyo. It was just like too hard for me to learn. But yeah, let's invite Lan Lan.
你好，我是陈玉谷手工艺工会的蓝燕，是想。
So I would get owned doing smaller combo, thinking I'm doing well, and then blasted. Yeah, exactly, because like it's easy at first to set up like a normal thing or a normal hit or just like a one combo. But the way like Puyo Puyo works is very exponential. You want to build like high and fast because you need to act, as you've seen, you need to act before your opponent mess up with your board. And yeah, it's like a very... It's a game where you are not good at the game, in an innate manner. You really need to practice, you really need to grind, much more than Tetris, I believe. But yeah, Puyo Puyo is very nice, and if you look at people playing Puyo Puyo at a high level, like it's really impressive. I'm always amazed when I'm seeing people playing, professionally, or at least like kind of esport level, just because it's so beautiful, it's so elegant, the way they are building their towers, and 1 second after everything just collapses so neatly into like a perfect combo. It's such a delight to watch. But yeah, I know that it's a lot of work. It is. It's like Puyo, 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 like this. I'll write it in the chat. And you have like Puyo Puyo games, and there has been the crossover with Tetris. And well, this is a versus game in any case. That's, yeah, the intellectual arcade school of versus games. So while we are here and this is such a cute outfit for Xiangling, by the way. I need to finish a little bit. We have like 1 hour. I think we'll continue for 1 hour, and I'll just leave you be. But I want to build Liang just a little bit. I don't know how you need to play her, so we will kind of learn that together. I've not watched any guides. So Lan, new character. Anemo, so some amount of crowd control. Oh no, it means that we need to read like where is it? Perfect timing, my son gets home in about 2 hours. Well, perfect then. I think like I'm happy with this particular time slot in the way that I can catch like people in the US like really during the day for you, or even like the morning. I can catch a little bit of the people living in Asia, or Oceania. Oceania is maybe a stretch, but Asia at the very least. And for like Europe, I'm basically at the end of the afternoon, so it's quite good. And it leaves people free for their evening to do whatever they want. So yeah, streaming at this time feels good, I believe. So normal attack, consume. This is alright. Summon. No. I'm not working on Friday instead of Wednesday. I'm working on Friday instead of Wednesday this week. Oh yeah, but it means that you'll be able, if you don't have anything else to do, you'll be able to catch me on Friday at this time, since I'm streaming on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So maybe I'll see you next week on Friday. Perfect then. It's good. And on Friday in 1 month, something like that, I'll have like some interesting things. Dashes forward and make contact with a target. So this is a coaching character. She gets a shield. Pinion dance, pressing her attack again. Curl her rings at opponent. Okay, and this is like just a damage. Okay, so we might just want to... We might just want to put her in the team and just see how she behaves. She's such a cutie, this is crazy. Okay, so her charge attack is like a long range attack. Interesting. And so for her skill, this is tap, and she's doing sort of a coaching dash, okay. And I guess like you chain after that the normal attacks. Okay, so let's play her. If she's like the main DPS, we need to play her in a team that is like a lot of field elements. Maybe we can play her in the pseudo Archon team, and I put you at instead of Nahida, maybe. Because everyone can walk off field here. So first we need to upgrade you a little bit, because you will struggle if not. Oh, and those materials are found in Chengyu Vale, right? So we need to do a little bit of farming. Because I don't think we have enough right here. Yep. Let's do that. Do I need to break it? But it's fine, we have Mavuika if we need to break things. Or is it like... The music is so good. The music in Chengyu Vale is so good. This is such a beautiful region. Oh yeah, we need to break it, okay. This is so good. I don't think it was enough. We need to go to another location. So let's go north this time. But yeah, like I think it looks, and there's this thing in, would this be the classical Chinese music? I mean, it's kind of classical in a way, traditional at the very least. And this region, as I said, it's like the mountain ranges in southeast China, and there's something in okay, let's do like, I wanted to keep that for maybe a future episode of a list of their books, but I want like, okay, so one thing in Chinese culture is like water and mountains. It's a big part of Chinese painting. It's one of the maybe most famous genre of Chinese paintings, because you have like the mountain, the rock, which symbolizes solidity, I mean, roughness, something firm, something very strong. And then you have the fluid movement of water. And it's the combination of the two that is very interesting. So we can keep like the sound of the game, but I just want to go back to that. And we'll do something. So this is called Xiangshui. This is like the, I don't know, stability now. Yes, exactly. This is a matter of, yin and yang. There's a play on contrast. And so this genre is basically one of the most important in Chinese painting culture. It started, like, if you check the timeline, it started very early in the Tang Dynasty, but the golden age of this style, of this mountain and water painting style, is basically during the Song Dynasty, because at that time you had like two types of schools, let's say, one that was trying to push things forwards by incorporating new ideas, trying new things, and you had like a more classical schools that tried to go back to the old styles of the Tang Dynasty, and that was still trying to do new things, but based on an understanding of antiquity and of classic culture. And it's basically what we saw also in the West, during the Renaissance, with some artists being very closely inspired by the classics of Greek and Roman art, statues, and so on. So this is kind of the equivalent of that situation right here. And you can see here like this play between, I mean, I'm fine with you talking Mavuika, but maybe I just want the music. You can see so that contrast between like the mountain here and like the gentleness of the water falling down, cascading down in the left part of the picture, of the painting. And it gives like this very vertical and slightly diagonal direction to the painting. And I think it works very well to showcase both some gentleness, but also some roughness, some power. Because if you're taking like the waterfall without, for example, like the little rocks that you can see here, I don't think it would have the same intensity. And that's something that you can find also in many paintings in East Asia that have been influenced by this style of painting. For example, you have like Hokusai. So in in I think this one is, it's not this one that I had in mind. Okay, this is this one, but this is the same one, right? Yeah, I'm losing it. It's just the colors are not the same, but like, okay, this illustrates the idea. So you have the same idea of mountain and water, and we are here in late. I mean, not late. It's quite late, but like we're in late Edo era. So we are much further than this type of painting. We are maybe like, compared to this, we are like 4 centuries after. And what is interesting in here is that you can see that they are, oops, sorry. They are, yeah, and because I can't show like both pictures easily like that. So let's just change like tabs. You can see that there are some similarities. And the interesting thing here on this particular ukiyo-e is this rock here. Because if you take your hand and you put it like over the rock, and you just see like the waterfall, it doesn't have the same power, I believe. It feels like very, very gentle. I can like try to show it by moving the thing here, but like if I put like the picture here, you can see that it feels like very, I don't know, graceful. There's no interference in the water's flow, and so it's a much more peaceful energy, even if with the different vertical lines striking the center of the painting. But when you add like this little rock here, it really breaks the waterfall like in half and gives this sense of powerfulness, because it's always a matter of lines breaking, and this like kind of triangular rock breaks the line in such an elegant but powerful fashion. And you have then the very diagonal lines of these of the land, and it gives more energy to the surrounding picture elements, I mean, in the picture. And the spray rebounding around the rock, exactly. It feels more crowded here. And this is basically this science of this, I mean, method of mountain and water. Here you have a very good example, although it's very much more, chaotic in the way the current of the waterfall is flowing. It goes in all direction, but it goes in all direction because it is redirected by the different rocks, and that's what gives this very energetic flow to the water and to the composition. And there's also this sense of scale, right? Because like the characters are so small compared to like the nature, and it helps give that energy to the environment. And that's something very important in Japanese culture, because it ties with the sense of shizen. Shizen is something that we will translate by nature in English, but it's not exactly the same thing. When we think about nature in the West, we think about the unbridled nature that hasn't been disturbed by anything. It's like pure, raw, and something untouched by man. In Japanese culture, this doesn't really exist. The idea of shizen is nature, but also nature that has been, or that can be modified by man. So, for example, it's natural, I would say, to have like I don't know, a flock of sheep, not a flock, I don't remember how you say, like a group of sheep in an open field, because even if they have been brought by a flock of okay, even if they have been brought here by people, they are still part of nature, and it's fine. And the same way, if you have like a bridge that is crossing a river, but that is crossing the river elegantly, then it's still considered nature. If you're like cutting trees in the forest and like planting new trees, and those trees are not exactly, you know, from this region, it's still considered nature, and it's still considered something worth seeing. So that's kind of a difference between East Asian and Western culture. And I believe that this particular, not this particular, but this style of painting is very much influenced by that, because at some point you'll see in the history of like Japanese but also Chinese painting, you'll see that we are showcasing more and more human construction within this style of mountain and water. So for example, you have what's his name? I'm lost. I have like Hiruse? I don't remember. How is no, Hasui. Hasui, sorry. Okay. And can we have like a selection, a wide selection of it? Okay, here. So this is like a new movement of ukiyo-e. So one of the traditional paintings in Japan. Like it was basically you carve wooden blocks, and those wooden blocks would be used as stamps on some paper to like create those effects. That's why it's like a print. And you can see that I don't know. Like for example, this one like is really interesting. This on the Arakawa River. So it's one of the river crossing Tokyo. And this is like the rain during, I don't know, I think it's early summer. Yeah, early summer. And you have this deep sense of nature, but at the same time you have like those boats here, and you have like Yakatabune on the foreground, probably a sanctuary back there, and some maybe fishermen or just people transporting things on the Arakawa River. And it's still nature, it's still considered nature, even like you have those stones here that are clearly man-made, but it still has this sense of being shisen, of being nature, even if man is present in this picture. And I think it's an interesting development of this style of painting. Let me try to search for one where we have like also mountain in the distance. Well, this one is interesting, but there's no water, unfortunately. This one is very special because it's two very famous locations, so maybe we don't want to showcase like. There's a strand of that book. If only there was about that topic, it would be so cool. It will happen at some point in a leaf of their books, and yeah, I'm okay. Let me cook. Let me cook something. Yeah, this one is really interesting. This one is beautiful. It's like, okay, it's the Kisaki Lake, okay, and you can see like the blend in 3 layers between mountains and houses. Like here you have like rice paddies, and then like probably the lake. It's it gives like this natural sense, and it's still considered nature for Japanese people. But yeah, I really want to talk much more about this topic, so we'll have like a dedicated thingy on the subject, because I think it's so interesting to explore. But yeah, and to go back on the illustration of a book as opposed to something standalone, it's very typical of Kawase. When you check, it's not that the composition is bad. It's like it's kind of a very almost subdued, realistic depiction of landscapes and scenes. It doesn't have this grandiose sense of scenic places or meisho in Japanese, and that's basically what you'll have in a lot of paintings. Maybe we won't see meisho if I type meisho and I'll type Wikimedia. Will I find more things? I don't think I will, but we can check. Like, okay, no, it doesn't work. Like this idea of famous places really allows to create some very, as you said, standalone paintings, because they are famous places for a reason. And I don't know if you can hear my cat. If you do, I'm sorry maybe about that. But yeah, you can see that there's like a sense of almost grandioseness to those prints. Like, okay, you have this beautiful street full of people, so full of people from Edo, and with the view of Mount Fuji on the background. So it has this very, I don't know, almost perfect way of composing a picture, an image. And it's true that it's not the case of later artists, at least of Kawase. Maybe, I don't know. If we can try to... But I also find that it feels like more subdued at the very least, less grandiose. Like if we try to delete, for example, that, like what do you think? Like right now, does it feel like a standalone piece or not? I don't know. I feel like it's still very subdued, very, very calm. Doesn't have this idea of I don't know, importance. Feels very everyday life in some ways. No, so yeah, okay. But yeah, and to go back to this, well, Genshin Impact is still, you know, can we have like a location that is a bit above? I think like you're above. The sense of bringing nature and human life together. This is not a good place because I want to see like the... If we go here, I think we'll see like the wharf at the same time. Like there's this sense of bringing things together, of human life, human activity, and the nature being blended elegantly. And you'll see that in this region, like if you check in real life, those very white building very characteristic of the region that blend into the background, into nature. Like, it really highlights. Yeah, if I want to show the game, maybe I should like. Let me give me like 2 seconds. Why did it didn't change? Sorry. So yeah, if we go back to the game, sorry, you can see how much it is. There's this sense of harmony between water, mountains, and human life. And this is like a very typical, even in Chinese paintings, it's a very typical way of depicting things in the modern era, while staying true to the painting tradition of ancient China, in Imperial China. So yeah, very, very interesting topic that we will explore at some point. It's not part of the first series of episodes that we'll do on Leaf of their books, but that's something that I wanted to do, and it will feature on the second season, I believe. So yeah, and again we have been completely sidetracked into our idea of building our character, but I think this is the style of the stream. It's stopping every 2 seconds to yap about something seemingly unrelated. And so yeah, we don't have enough to build. I'm losing it. What are we doing here? But yeah, and also talking to go back to like a very, very early discussion of the stream, I still need to check what is happening with Twitch. I don't understand why I'm struggling that much to stream. So the problem is that if you have tried streaming on Twitch, you might know that the bitrate is extremely bad. Like, quality on Twitch sucks so badly. And it's especially a problem for people that have not very good internet connections because of what we call transcoding. Transcoding is basically being able to choose, as a viewer, the quality in which you want to see the stream. So if you're on your phone, you maybe don't want to watch like in HD or even higher. You don't want to watch in like 4K. And on YouTube, when you want to like have a lower quality, you can do that without problem. It's not the case for Twitch. Basically, Twitch says that no, transcoding is a very limited ability for some reasons, and it will be given in priority to partnered streamers. And the leftovers will go to the affiliate streamers, which we are not right now. And it means that when you're starting streaming, you will not be able to give the opportunity to your viewers to choose the quality in which they will see your stream. They have to see your stream in the quality that you are outputting. So if I'm outputting in 1080p, you will have to watch that way, and you don't have a choice. And it means that if you don't have the connection, then you won't be able to watch at all, because it's like stuttering and loading and buffering, and yeah, it's just a poor experience all around. So what I wanted to do to solve that problem is to stream both on YouTube and on Twitch. So if you want like some transcoding options during the stream, you can go on
YouTube.
But I still need to stream on Twitch to to build a community on Twitch and to get like to the affiliate status. But it means that I need to do something about the resolution. So on YouTube, I'm streaming on Full HD, I think, and 60 FPS. And that means that my computer has to encode this video for YouTube specifically. But for Twitch, because bitrate is lower on Twitch, I need to stream in a smaller resolution. And because it's a different resolution, my computer has to encode again the video. So it means that my computer is encoding the video twice. And I'm not sure if that's the problem, if my computer is unable to do it, or if it's another issue. And that's so annoying. And I don't know what to do right now. So one of my solution is to use like an intermediary like restream.io, which basically I'm streaming to them and they will restream on YouTube and Twitch for me. And I mean, on paper I wouldn't mind, but the problem is that if I'm streaming on restream.io, I need to stream in one fixed resolution. I cannot choose like two different resolutions like what I'm trying to do right now. And it sucks because I don't want to lose quality on YouTube, because that's where the VODs are and I want them to be of decent quality. But I don't want to alienate the people on Twitch. So it's like an impossible battle to win, and it's just Twitch being like, and I'm not streaming on Twitch right now, so I can say it. It just sucks. It's just so bad. It's like the worst platform for streaming, but we are stuck on Twitch because nobody wants to go on YouTube. It's crazy. And also because on YouTube, if you want to be partnered and everything else, I died because I forgot to take out my wings. If you want to be partnered on YouTube, like the conditions are so much harder. I think we need like 1,000 subscribers to get into one of the criteria, compared to like the 50 on Twitch. So you don't really have a choice. It's like, yes, you can only stream on YouTube, but like it works when you already have a community, right? And we don't. So yeah. It's my current issue right now, so I'll try to correct that for Friday, but I just don't understand why it's not working, to be honest. It's slightly annoying. I'm slightly annoyed by this. And well, somebody said that it's such a hassle to stream. I agree, and it's such a hassle to stream as a VTuber as well, because you have to take care of so many different things. You hide it well. The fact that I'm lost? or what exactly? That you're annoyed? I mean, I don't want to be the person that is, constantly annoyed on stream. Like, I don't think it's very fun. You have somebody like that is just like plain negative energy, and I don't know. I don't want to give that to you. I prefer that you're happy and you're enjoying me being happy. I was a bit annoyed not being able to do the Lantern Rite. I mean, we could have done the Lantern Rite, but it was just a bit too weird, I believe. Yeah. Also, I think I reduced for this particular stream, I reduced compared to the previous one the latency between the stream and the chat, and I think it's a bit better for interaction. So yeah, so today was really not the stream that I intended to do, but I think we yapped about like many different things, and at least it was like a constructive session, maybe, which is my goal, is that you came, and you leave my stream and you're like, I have been like entertained, or I've learned like a few things, and I'll be happy with that, maybe. We say that we wanted to build ways to mission accomplished, and I'm very, very glad. I can like upgrade you at least once, right? Yes, I can. I don't really know what she wants for artifacts. I can think about that later. And yeah, I guess that... Oh, because she wants to be... I don't know, I need to watch a guide to understand how she's played. This is too... I mean, also there's like one thing we can do. It's like play her here and see how she walks. Okay, so we'll try to do things. Let's do Xingshu, the official, Auroron. And I guess, yeah, after that you just do normals and you enjoy like the crazy swirl. Yeah, because she has a very long cooldown. She's dependent on... people being able to output like elemental state a bit constantly, I think. Can I do that? Okay, okay, I understand. Interesting. If I really need like an animal character, why not? But yeah. So we won't spend too much time like on the game. Like I have no idea how to what to do in the last 20 minutes. So we can talk maybe a little bit of the coming days and coming weeks. Maybe just the next week. We will be here Friday for Rhapsody, a Musical Adventure, I think it's called like that, which is a very cozy RPG on the PS1. I've always wanted to do it, but I've never done it, so we'll maybe do that together. And next week, it's an open field. We'll go back to Soleil, of course. I know that people are still waiting for me to voice the cow, and maybe there will be a cow, maybe there will not. I hope that there's no cow and that I won't have to voice anything. But we'll get back to Soleil and try to continue. I think we need like two more sessions to finish the game. And I want to start a puzzle game, and I decided that we will play Professor Layton, the first one on the DS. So Professor Layton and the Curious Village, and you can judge my IQ. It's the moment where I'll prove that either I'm a very smart person or I'm very dumb. So yeah, Professor Layton on next Monday. Probably Soleil on Wednesday, and for Friday I don't know what we'll do. Maybe continue a game, or maybe I'll start a new one, or we'll try to play something. I don't know yet. I have no ideas. I also need to do the main scenario quest in Final Fantasy 14, and that might be like the one thing that we can do together, but I also know that watching Final Fantasy is like so boring. It's like one of the worst things in existence, I think. Like watching someone playing through the main quests, so I'm not sure if I want to do that. We'll see. Last time let's talk about that. Last time I asked people about opening a Discord server just to post announcements and schedules in a more controlled environment. So maybe by next week I'll have a Discord server set up and we can have fun there, I don't know. Yeah, for Rhapsody PS1 old school, but like we will play even more old school games, I believe, on this channel. I think that I will make you suffer on some NES games at some point. It's my objective. Because I love retro games and I love bad games. So yeah, you won't have a choice. So Discord server at some point. And yeah, I need to figure something out with Twitch. I need some help. Because we kind of need to get into it to start to get monetized. I think like I enjoy doing it like for fun, but at the same time I kind of want it to be something a bit productive, so if we can make some money at some point it would be good. But yeah, and we'll see. I'm still thinking about the piano streams as well, but like I don't know where to put the piano, so I'm lost. I need to think. Life is annoying. And I need to see how I can, because if I'm playing the piano, how do I do it? Like, I need to use like, I don't know, Cubase? What? Or can I do it like with, I don't know, I need to see what software I need to use to... Oh, but also like I don't have like good piano VSTs, right? So I don't know, and capturing the piano with the microphone, like it's such a hassle, especially I don't know, like it's so many things to think about in the coming days. So yeah, we'll go one stream at a time and we'll see where it leads us. Do I have like something I wanted to do in game like before we leave? I'm not sure. Maybe I can just spend my resin maybe for today, my energy for today. And then maybe we can just go back to the yapping scene and just yap a little bit. Yeah, perfect. So we'll do that. Let me change the scene maybe. Because I think we are done with this. What I want to do is this, shuffle, close everything. It should. Yeah, and we'll go back to chatting. So yeah. A lot of different things to do. And we'll be quite busy, I think, in the busy week, and I mean in the next weeks. I was also thinking about at some point like doing things for the channel on Twitch. I mean, like commissioning some art for the channel, but maybe that can wait a little bit. I don't know yet. I kind of want to. I know that YouTube is like better for. Thank you. It's a very nice scene. Thank you. Thank you. It would be like better if like the chat would appear on stream, but because we're not on Twitch, and I mean I I need to change like my, no, I can't do that right now because it's on stream element, so well, whatever. But yeah, I want to like build the Twitch channel and start like taking care of the Twitch channel. Although I know that it's much more comfortable and easier to be on YouTube. I feel like everybody wanted to be on YouTube when I started the stream just because it's just better. Why would you be on Twitch? It just sucks as a platform. But we need to think about that. I need to like force you people to go on Twitch when I'll stream and watch me in like lower quality, or like force you to put like the stream on the background and not mute it, but like mute the tab so you count as an active participant. I don't remember my Twitch login. I don't think it's necessary. If you're watching it, even if you're not like on Twitch, you still count as an active participant. I think the only thing that puts you, or that doesn't count you as an active participant, is if you're muting the player. So you can mute, I think, the tab, because they cannot monitor that, I believe, but you cannot mute the stream. You cannot be completely AFK. So yeah, we need to figure out why it's not working. It sucks. Like I don't know. I need to see the logs maybe and check if things are wrong. But I don't think I can even check like right now. But like if let me check because everything is properly configured on my end at the very least. This is my stream key. This is the right URL. Yeah, everything seems good. So why doesn't it doesn't work? It just doesn't work. I don't understand. If I try to start the stream right now on Twitch, I believe it does nothing, right? Dun, dun, dun. I see that it's sending things, but sometimes like my upload for Twitch goes to 0 and I don't understand why. And then it just reconnects and does like weird things. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't think I need to upgrade like the bitrate. I can put the bitrate at like 4K, but like it doesn't. That's not the point, right? I don't know. Technical issues again. I've searched like for solution for this particular problem, but I've not seen people have like this particular issue. So yeah, for now we are stuck, I guess, on YouTube, which is like a good and a bad thing at the same time. So yeah, I don't know what to say. This is crazy. Like I think earlier we talked about like Lunar New Year and me eating or not being able to eat as much as I did as a teenager, and I think I'm still digesting from lunch. This is crazy. I've eaten like almost 8 hours ago, and I'm still like, I still feel bloated. It's crazy. And it makes me think, because I was watching people talking about like buffet, you know, and how you can kind of get your money worth from it by I don't know, focusing on like meat and not trying to bloat yourself with vegetables and other things. And I'm like, first of all, like just eating meat is just the worst thing of all time. Like I was talking with some friends about that, but like I can't eat a piece of meat like I did when I was younger. I need it to be cut in like small, you know, pieces and like maybe stir fried with something else, some vegetables, but like eating like an, I don't know, just a steak, it's like, it's crazy, I can't do this. And so today we had, as I said, like some braised pork. And I was like, okay, it's good. It's like really good. It was crispy, it was nice, but it was like so hard to eat. And I think I just like had maybe, I don't know, 1 or 2 slices, and I was like, okay, I'm done. And I just enjoyed like the noodles and the Buddha's Delight. So Buddha's Delight is a vegetarian option. It's just like a lot of vegetables, you know, cooked together and stir fried and with some soy sauce. And I was like, this is what I want. This is like, there's like a lot of textures. It's good. It's crunchy in the good way. It's not like bloating myself with like meat. And yeah, Lunar New Year food hits different. I mean, if you are doing the traditional way of having like 1 million dishes, it's insane. And I don't think I can today. But yesterday we did like for New Year's Eve, we did hot pot. And it was so much better. I love hot pot because you can pace yourself. You have so many different options. There's like 0 preparation time required. I mean, just cutting vegetables and maybe a little bit of meat. But it was so easy to prepare. I love the conviviality of like hot pot, and yeah, it's just the best option. It's crazy. The Bantron, yeah, I don't understand how people can eat that much. And I don't know, I feel like, you know, I was like a good eater when I was younger, but like lately I just can't eat anymore. I know that, and you can say that it's partly because I've been skipping meals a bit too often, like in the recent past, and my stomach just, I think, adapted to that and is less prone to like big eating sessions, but also because I think I just eat what I need to feel satiated, right? I'm not like, oh, I need to eat this entire meal at this particular time and I cannot snack in between meals. My philosophy is like, I'm eating when I'm hungry, and then I do it like in small quantities, but I'm doing it more often in a day than, you know, the usual member society. And I feel like it's doing better for me in general. I think it's called like intuitive eating. I just like the way I can pace myself during the day, but it's also probably because I'm mostly at home, so I can like do things at home. Doesn't necessarily sound like a bad thing. I can still eat like a teenager, but my metabolism doesn't keep up, and I pay for it when I... Yeah, for sure. I think like I have like an extremely fast metabolism, and so I've never felt like any adverse effects of doing that. Like I'm more the type of person being like, oh, I need to take some to gain some weight, and I struggle so badly to take like even 1 gram. So yeah, it's certainly like a different thing for each person. But yeah, like I'm really happy, you know, with... I like, in general, holidays. I'm with my family, I'm with the people that I like a lot. I like this period. I like the Chinese holidays as well. So especially like Lunar New Year and the Mid-Autumn Festival. I just like the ambience and eating the food that we do for these particular occasions. But I think like eating is just so tiring. Like people have fun when they eat. I'm like, I don't know. I'm not having fun because I'm eating things. I'm having fun because I'm talking, you know, being at the table, being with people that I like, and we can talk and eat at the same time. And for me, it's mostly just talking and not eating. And then people are like, oh, but you haven't eaten anything today. Are you okay? And I'm like, I can't eat. I'm yapping. I mean, we are having a discussion right now. But yeah, I like the idea of being at the table, of the dinner, I think, being with people. I just don't like eating. Or I feel like it takes too much time and energy to eat. And after that, and especially when you are with people and you need to eat like a decent quantity, especially if you're at a restaurant or something like that, then I'm just digesting during the whole afternoon. Or, you know, during the evening, I'm just falling asleep immediately. And then people around me are like, she's just a baby, let her sleep. It's just like I'm digesting. So, yeah, very, very strange situation to be in, I guess. And I don't know what to do about it. But I love cooking, and I think like, maybe there will be some cooking stream at some point. I need to think about it. I kind of want to cook live, but like I think the setup would be incredible, insane. I need to make like some, I don't know, have some GoPro on my head, something like that, or I don't know what. I feel that like eating feels good as relief when I'm hungry, the same way as scratching an itch. It's true, but like the only thing that feels good in eating is just like quenching the hunger, right? It's not like finishing your plate if you're already past the point of being full. And at the very least, I think like the way I've been taught is that you need to finish your plate. You always need to finish your plate. And I know it's bad, like I wouldn't do that with my children, but I still have this idea of, oh no, they have given me something and I'm not finishing my plate. I'm like the worst person of all time. They will hate me. I cannot ask them to make it a leftover or something like that. And that's when I'm not enjoying eating anymore. And I think especially when you're surrounded by people that that don't eat at the same speed. Like I have some friends, they are eating so fast. This is crazy. They're all like, we went at the table and like 5 minutes later they were like, I'm done. Are we at the desert? The desert? I'm like, no, we just begun. We had like one topic of conversation and it's already over. And then because like they're eating so fast, you feel like you need to rush. And because you eat fast, then like your stomach is so upset and it's so annoying, and like it becomes like, I think such a displeasant experience, an unpleasant experience, like to eat with those people. And they don't mean any, you know, any ill, but it's just like the way the social I don't know, etiquette or flow is going. Is, I think we need to force people to eat more slowly. This is crazy. I would not say that going to the toilet is something that I enjoy. It is nice to not have that bothersome feeling anymore, but when people discuss food, when people discuss food, it feels weird. It's just something that I do. I mean, I understand, like, do I understand the message? I would not say that going to the toilet is something I enjoy. It's nice to not have that bothersome feeling anymore. Okay, but what's the connection? When people discuss food, it feels weird because it's just something that I do. I mean, we can talk about toilets. I mean, I agree. Like, it's like you have been outside. Both are equivalent tasks. Okay. Because I do agree that, you know, you have been outside for like the entire afternoon and you're like, I will never go to some public toilets. It's the worst thing of all time. So I'm like holding on until I'm back home. And then you go to the toilet when you're at home and it feels so good. It feels incredible. And I think it's kind of the similar question. Is like when you're like really hungry, do you enjoy your meal better than if you're just mildly hungry? Is what I want to say, or to ask, I guess. What's your favorite bathroom arrangement? What are your favorite meals? Yeah, I can understand. I mean, I get it. I feel like, especially nowadays, because we have less opportunities to be social when eating, it kind of become like a chore, right? People do get passionate about bidet, but bidet is like S tier. This is so good. We can talk about. No, okay, let's go into those weird discussion topics. What are we doing? This is like the power of the yapping. This is. I think I should just be a Zatsudan streamer, a yapping streamer. But like, okay, thank you, and have a good night. I know it's like very late for you. Thank you for coming. But okay, I have this like extremely weird discussion topic, and that will be the last thing we talk about today because it's already like 8 p.m. for me. But like people are like when they see bidet and the way people in like Middle East, for example, are going to the bathroom, or even like in some other countries like Japan and things like that, they are like, this is so disgusting. Why would you wash with your wash yourself with your hand, or why would you wash yourself with like the little, like, I don't even know how you call that in English, but the little spray from the bidet? And I'm like, are you crazy? Like the way Western people are going to the bathroom is like the worst thing of all time. You're using like toilet paper that's so bad, and you're not even washing yourself. Like, at least you can wash yourself with your hand, and then you wash your hand and everything is clean. But like just washing with like some toilet paper is so bad. It's crazy. And Western people think that the way they are going to the toilet is like hygienic, and it's like, oh, are you mad? This is so bad. So yeah, that was like my rant against Western toilet arrangement. And I'm really happy to know that I'm surrounded by bidet enjoyers because I think it's really good. What are we even talking about? I don't know. So yeah, please feel free to react on that particular topic. I don't know what to say anymore on that. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's like very interesting how in general, like, there's like different, I mean, like, dirtiness is a social construct, right? And corruption in a general sense. And I mean corruption, or just like something being dirty, and that we have like very different definition for it. And that ties back to like the topic of death and funeral that we saw in the game, is that we have different traditions and different way of handling like corruption. But like I understand for like moral corruption, or like psychology, not psychological, but more like metaphysical corruption. But we are talking about hygiene. We are talking about, like, sorry to say the thing that way, but like of wiping your you know, it's like, I don't know what to say. It would be nice if there were more available publicly around here. I mean, you mean bidet, right? I think like it's so rare to find like bidet in France nowadays. Just not something that you will find in like most bathrooms. My parents have one in like the big shared bathroom, but that's all. Bathroom and like toilet. But yeah. And I don't know how exactly why exactly there has been like this kind of homogenization of, you know, sanitaries and bathroom arrangements, but that's maybe something that we should explore. Maybe we should do that at some point, and we'll have like a 1-hour discussion about the history of toilet, and that would be extremely interesting, and I really mean that in a serious way. Yeah. And it's also interesting, like in games, how very rare it is to depict like toilets. I always find like very interesting that you have sometimes depictions of bedrooms, of bathrooms to bath, but toilets are kind of a big no-no. Like it's bad to show toilets, and if you have toilets in games, like there's even an expectation of, oh, it's a horror game, and there will be something very similar to like the Japanese yokai tradition of, oh, someone is in the toilet, coming back from the toilet, you see a hand sticking out. Everybody does it, so it probably says a lot about the culture. But they get done and treated. Yeah, obviously, like it's very interesting to see like various ways we're handling things that feels very natural and very well, so common that we don't discuss it. I mean, it's the same with the way we eat, the same with the way we sleep. I think one interesting discussion, and I had the conversation with I don't know, a friend lately, was about the bedding arrangement, and especially like people that like sleeping on something other than a Western bed. Like some people don't really like very springy or maybe not springy, but like very, I don't know how to say. It's not fluffy either. It's, I don't know how to describe, but like this balance between springy and just the right amount of resistance is what I want to say, and that it's very different, like in other cultures, right? Your memory foam household. Yeah. I think it's also ties to this idea, right? Because like you can have also traditional ways of sleeping that are very different. Like you can sleep on, if you're in Japan, you can sleep on a futon. And I would say that I enjoy futon. I think like I like being on the floor. I like, don't quote that in like a wrong context, by the way. I like, I like the sensation of like having a hard surface beneath me. And sorry for my cat that is getting like, she's getting crazy. There's no clip. We are not on Twitch, but it's sad that we are not on Twitch. I need to make like maybe a short from that discussion. Okay, thank you. Have fun with drumming, and I'll see you maybe for the next stream. Okay, so what I want to say is that futon, I think, is nice. I feel like in Southeast Asia, you also sleep on very hard surfaces, and it's very funny because like you get used to it when you live in those countries, and then you get used to like Western bedding, and you're like, what the heck was that? I was sleeping on just some wood. How is it possible? And then there's like the situation nowadays where people from those countries that had like very traditional way of sleeping are just going to like the Western way because it's just homogenizing in that way, in that sense. I think futon works, but it requires the flooring. Yeah. You need like the tatami. You need the correct tatami to enjoy it, I think. I mean, there are like, I know there are options for futon, especially outside of Japan, that are basically like a bit more thick, so it kind of emulates or mimic the sensation that you would have with while sleeping on a tatami, I guess. But I think, and I had the discussion with like my, can I say it? No, let's say friend. I had a discussion about like buying a kotatsu. I think kotatsu is like Estia. I've never tried it, but just thinking about it, it's Estia. But I think also it's like one of the worst thing you can buy, because then you're stuck at your kotatsu all day. You're not moving. You're sleeping there. You're always under the cover with the heating, and it's just so comfortable, and you're not doing anything productive. But yeah, I think like I would like the idea of a kotatsu and sharing it with people, with friends, mayhap. I don't know, different ideas. But yeah, that we can expand on the subject like for hours if we want to, but do we really want to do that, or do we have like a personal life that we need to go back to, and maybe we'll just continue this conversation next time? Well, I'm not familiar. What is a kotatsu? Okay, so we'll talk about that a little bit. It's basically like how do you call that in English? A low table. In French, it's like table basse, but I don't. My English is so bad today. Coffee table. Well, I mean coffee table, but it's basically a coffee table, but you sit at the coffee table and on the floor, right? And basically you have like this sort of blanket that is kind of sewn on the edges of the table, and so you can like have your feet and your legs covered by the covers while sitting at the table, and like it's heated. The kotatsu is like a heated table, so you just stay there. You're just like so comfortable with your feet being so warm, and then you do things at the table, and it's a very collective experience, I believe. Like because like everybody is like under the table. I mean, their feet, their legs under the table, and I don't know. It feels like so good. So it's not a coffee table in the Western sense, in because you don't sit on a sofa, but you sit on the floor and under your legs under the table. I think the Japanese are very good at efficient use of space and resources. Why heat a whole house when you can have a single heated source? Well, exactly. When you check like the configuration for like houses in the Western world, it's true that we had like this idea of a heater near the wall, right? You have the heater or the fireplace against the wall. It's not the way you do it in Japanese house. The Japanese house, it's like in the middle of the house. In basically like this is a sand. There's like a sand section where you can make fire, and people are around it. So it's really like you can really like sit around the fire like you would do in a camping. Also, why 20-30% of a bedroom with a bed that you don't use all the time, when you can store the futon and put it when needed. Yeah, exactly. But unfortunately, that's, I mean, not unfortunately for the Japanese, unfortunately for us, is that houses were really built with this idea of having this dedicated closet for the futon. I don't remember the name of that. I don't remember the name. Do you have the name of this closet for the futon? I don't know. But yeah, and I think in the West it's very different, and it mostly comes, I think, from the new arrangement of the home during the Industrial Revolution, I would say, with bedrooms being like separated for every member of the house, when it was more than like a very big space, I think, in the medieval era, I believe. I'm not very versed on like domestic history, unfortunately. But yeah, and there's also like something to say about Japan being a very I think it's, yeah, I think it's, is that, let me check, closet built into the wall. Oshire, maybe, I don't remember. But yeah, Japan being a very a country where there's not a lot of space is what I mean. I think it forces people to think that way about building their house, because you have to be efficient. You could argue that there were some long houses in Japan, in ancient Japan, and it's true. But especially, I think, during the modern era, some traditional ways of doing things were just also deemed efficient in terms of resource and energy. And then there's like the post-war era where there's just the American influence, and then nobody in Japan is sleeping on futon anymore. Like, it's just no more comfortable to sleep on a Western bed for most people, I believe. Seems like a nice place to play card, the Kotatsu. Yeah, it's crazy. It's like, it's so good. And but I think that's why, like, I think it's the worst idea of all time, as well as the best one, because if you have one, you spend your day there and you're not working. You're like, I'm just sleeping. I'm just like idling because it's just so cozy. So maybe we should buy some, or maybe we shouldn't. I don't know. But yeah, the way like some Japanese household are like arranging things is just like very, very smart. I like it a lot, and it's very different from the, you know, how is she called, like who is like the Japanese woman that used to like put things on in boxes and just so neatly arranged everywhere. And it's like, okay, but this is like not realistic compared to just a kotatsu, which feels very Marie Kondo. Yeah, exactly. And like, this is different. Like, kotatsu is just like a practical, efficient way of doing something that is realistic in your daily life. And the way Marie Kondo is doing things is just like nobody's doing that. You don't have the time. Like, it's a full-time job to arrange things that neatly into your house. So yeah, some good wisdom, but we shouldn't like be, I guess, it's just essentializing like the Japanese way of organizing things, because like at some point it just becomes a gimmick. Seems like an everyday slumber party. Exactly. So I don't know, but like on theory, it seems so good. And I think like if one day I try it, I will be convinced, because even like virtually, I know that it's so good. But I think trying it, then you really understand how much of a trap it is. But yeah, we are discussing a little bit too much. I think it's good, but I really need to go, so I will leave you here, I believe. What we'll do next time, if we have like those type of yapping session, is that I'll end the game maybe like half an hour earlier, so we can have like a decent yapping session afterwards. Yeah, thank you so much for coming, even if it was a bit scuffed, even if we didn't do what was planned. It was nice. We had like some nice discussion at the end. So I hope that you will have a good end of day, or maybe it's in like just the afternoon, I don't know. And I'll see you in the next stream. So it's Friday, same hour as today. And if I open the server, the Discord server before, I'll just send you the link where I can. But for now, just know that it's on Friday, the next stream. So thank you so much for coming, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye!